Vamos para bolo,
Bom dia, pessoal. As the head of the Mackenzie Field Department and one of the organizers of the workshop, I welcome you all to would like to express my gratitude to each of you for taking the time to join us today and share your valuable expertise in this field. I would also like to express my support with the speakers of the our workshop has been designed to encourage collaboration between experts in various fields, including mechanical engineering, material science, major contributions to the management of we believe that we should also have that the next or I hope we will show provide for all us to learn the whole knowledge, establish new connections and partnerships. Once again, I thank all of you for the experience I wish you a lot of good and the choice of now I would like to invite Professor Alexander Rapport, one of the microbiologists of the director of technology and corporation.
And our talk is the abstract project. So this program involves different graduation programs like engineering, capital, ocean, material. And somehow, exactly, from that is a very different knowledge. All of those that I mentioned, but and it's really so that's very often workshop. We want to do that so we have about different topics. So this the next question is invite he's going to talk about what that's probably one of the main chapter, show that they wrote on the hydrogen transportation historically, the use of water for about 2 weeks, exactly use that evolution for research. That they don't care about the words, but they need to know the whole concept, right? So Dr. McLean, please, is going to sell and we need to be here for some time here. Expecting that make them very
for GM results. I'm Nitin Bajer. I'm working with Shell as a global subject matter expert for polymers and composites. And I'm located in Houston, but I've been working very closely with you all for probably 3 to 4 years. I would like to really thank Professor Mauricio, Professor, for the opportunity to be here and to collaborate with you all on some very interesting topics. So before I start, a quick background about myself. I'm from India, came to the United States for my PhD in polymers in the University of Akron. And I remember my first day at the University of Akron, and Professor C. Khan was from MIT. He presented some topic, and he said, select the topic that you want. And I chose the topic with the most number of words. So he said, rheology, morphology, and brain behavior of grains of block polymers. So I went there, I researched everything. And came back, okay, this looks like a very interesting topic. And I went back and talked to my professor and said, okay, I like this topic, there's nothing I know about this, so I will take it. But I have one question. Where do you apply this information? And he looked at it and said, for you to figure out. So since then, I've been trying to figure out applications of fundamental science in industry. And what I have realized, and I'm pretty sure all of you know this, but I'm just going to repeat it, is when it comes to industry, when it comes to very complex problems, industry likes to find very simple solutions which are on the borderline of technical, they're very empirical. And when you have PhDs and then you have people who have spent a lot of time on understanding the fundamentals of these problems, when they look at it, they see a very different view. So the suggestion for you all is please spend as much time as you would like to understand the basics and the mechanics and really appreciate the thing rather than just go for end result, because end results already exist and they're all empirical. Not we are all here to understand better ways of doing the same things that people have been doing for a long time. So that's my quick view of graduate program and my past life here. So today, my presentation is not going to be a whole lot technical. The reason is because we have a lot of discussion with all the professors and their students on technical topics. But I will just point out some challenges and opportunities. And what I would like to do is present you the view of how industry looks at technology development and how we look at universities and how we look at all the students, especially all the bright ideas that we come up with and which really are very difficult sometimes to implement. And we really like to learn from you all on how best we can make things better in our industry. So that's going to be the challenge. I'm going to give a few examples. I intentionally didn't put hydrogen here because there was a lot of confidentiality around it. But I'm more than eager to talk about the similarities on hydrogen and everything else. So I'd like to, before I go forward, I'd like to thank my co-contributors out here from Brazil and from Global Shell Organization. So Sandro Pereira, who is my colleague, is leading all the materials projects for Shell out here. Camila Farias is a student here, so working with Professor Manish Silva and Shell, and Josali Zagati with the engineering manager for Shell, so looks after the overall portfolio. My role here is to guide Shell's portfolio globally, but my interest is in Brazil. The reason is because we have huge stakes in Brazil, and if Brazil does well, I think it can be very quickly replicated throughout the world because the challenges are very, top class out here. Other contributors from US are Brian Chambers, Karan Devkar, and Caldwell. Each of them have their, very unique roles in oil and gas, so they're leading experts in different fields of oil and gas. So operators interest in polymers and composites. So when we start speaking of Shell being interested in polymers and composites, the first question that we get asked is, why are we doing research on polymers and composites when Shell is not selling any polymers? They are going into polyolefin business. They are putting a big plan there to develop polyethylene from gas using nickel and catalyst. There's a very specific reason why they went into that technology and not into the metallocene or any other technology. The reason was because Shell is producer of natural gas and they wanted outlets which are close by. So I think a very strong position that Shell is taking there. But despite that, we are not a polymer company. So then the key question is, why do we look at it? The reason is because most of the materials, if you look at applications of materials in oil and gas, most of them are metallic. Many of them are carbon steel based materials, and then when that doesn't work, you go to iron alloys, and then polymer is the afterthought. So, but when things fail, it's usually the polymers. So people do remember polymers when things fail, and because it's an afterthought, we run into a lot of issues because the way we design or way we select these materials, we need to do a little bit more on understanding the risk associated with that. So rather than waiting for something to fail, our goal is very simple. Why not go and make things not fail? And why not? And if you cannot make things not fail, so polymers will fail after a certain time. You cannot stop it. There's a life, there's a mechanism, you cannot stop it. So what do you do? If they are going to fail, what do you do? If you can make the failure predictable by understanding the mechanisms, that's what we want to get. But that's our goal. The key drivers here are basically if you can reduce the cost of any of the projects by lowering the capital expense or operating expense, that makes the project work. We all know that. And what we are finding out is polymers are playing a very unique role in enabling us to reduce the capital by increasing the life, especially in CO2 environments. So low weight is another factor, but it gets balanced by the cost of polymer because carbon steel is the cheapest material we have. But if you look at overall life cycle cost, then polymers bring some differentiation. The third part is equipment design. So sharing the story about 20 years ago when I first started in oil and gas, one of the managers said that he was so frustrated by all the failures of polymers that eventually we are going to replace all polymers with metals. That's fantastic, good. But then now what we are trying to do is replace some metallic material in pipes with polymers. So the key message here is it's not that metals is better or polymers is better. It's the key part is we need to understand the applications of each material and they have their own place. And once we understand that and once we apply it correctly, we are doing good. You cannot make some blanket statement there. So that's the message. Reliability is very critical. If you cannot extend life, you must predict life or you must predict failure modes. And not just empirically, because if you do empirically, then you have certain number of failures, you suffered CapEx, OpEx issues, and then you learn from it. But if I can predict, predictive failure is very critical. So that's probably the place where I really look forward to some inputs from this, very strong academic institution. Ability to operate in corrosive environment, of course, we know what that means, and yet we don't know because defining what really is the environment at a particular location is not easy. We are finding that out. So any research in understanding the micro conditions is very critical. So if I have a given set of conditions, I have this particle pressure, this fluidity. Yes, we can run some tests and we can predict, but how do you know what pressures and what conditions we have at that location is another issue. Ease of manufacturing and carbon footprint. So ease of manufacturing is something that is coming up again from cost reduction point of view. I will briefly touch upon it, but I'll not go into the detail. Carbon footprint is going to be a big factor because so far we are not looking at cost overall life cycle assessment of our equipment that go into the projects. But this might have an impact once we look at overall life cycle of the equipment. So applications of polymers in deep water. I'll show you one diagram which you must have seen probably a lot in oil and gas. In case you haven't, it's a good good place to look at. So basically, we have four components in the offshore deep water project. One is the wells, which is everything below this. What happens inside this is the wellhead. What we are looking at is 300 cyanide, so I don't know how much, 150, 160, something. Yeah. But we are looking at materials that look at 350 cyanide. And that's not the only place where we're looking at. I mean, if you are from metallurgy perspective, that's not high, but from polymers, it's extremely high because that's the place where carbon hydrogen bonds start getting dissociated. So we have to be careful. On top of that, we are looking at 15,000 KSI, so 15,000 PSI differential pressure. So this is a huge amount of pressure that we need to contain, and we need to contain this for 20 plus years. Bunch of equipment that goes downhole, and Shell has been working very closely with their vendors to deliver. In fact, we have a project in Gulf of Mexico that's already producing oil at this pressure. It's called Aphrodite and flagship project for Shell. I'm sure a lot of other industries or other companies are developing similar projects. The equipment, so everything that sits on top of the well, there's all these trees and stuff like that. Again, same application. Third part where we see a lot of applications of materials, not only polymers, but different materials, is all these pipelines that take the fluid, produce fluid from here to the top side. So this is static and this is dynamic. And things like that happening in there. CO2 STP is a big factor here if you are producing high amounts of CO2, or if you are doing a water alternate gas application. It's a huge factor. But the other factors are, making sure that if you have a shutdown, you don't freeze your line, because if you form a hydrate there, it's impossible to remove because there is no digging or anything you can do, and then you have to really work. So prevention of hydrate requires insulating those lines or jacketing those lines and maintaining a temperature profile when you have a shutdown. So high temperature insulation is important. And then the top side, you have this, FPSO here, and you have a submersible there. And the idea there is to make sure that you protect the structure from corrosion. The reason why we look at fabric maintenance essentially is application of coatings that don't require multiple maintenance cycles, because it's very difficult to put people on offshore rigs and who are not helping the production. Operators rather like to put people who are helping the manufacturing. If you are asking somebody, a painter, to go and sit there, they'll say, this guy is taking my cost, and they'll continue deferring this application till the structure becomes really, unstable. So having a paint that works for a long time is quite important. A little bit into details of deep water insulation and coating. So this is a typical pipe, the carbon steel pipe, and you have a multi-layer coating product that is used for application to maintain your thermal insulation in the pipes. It's a FBE, and then you have polypropylene layer, then a synthetic polypropylene foam, and then a polypropylene on top. It sounds very simple, this is basic technology in terms of materials. We know how foams are made, we know how to measure the thermal conductivity of foams. We know how to design them for temperatures, low temperatures. So where is the challenge? The main issue is once you reach very close to the melting point of this polypropylene, 150C or something like that. Much before that, the polymer foam starts creeping. Now we have issue with integrity of the foam, which means that I'm not going to be able to hold my pipe at a certain temperature because my foam has creeped. So now you have something that you have installed, putting a lot of money in there. Now you cannot do anything. So then you are in deep trouble. So designing these polymers and designing these in a way where they can last, the life cycle is quite important. The second part is cost. The third part is application method. So if you can put this insulation on a, and if you can put that pipe on a reel and you can then send it on a boat, the installation method is a lot cheaper. But if you have to do anything else, then it becomes expensive. So it's not just the material now. It's the material plus application. The key question that will come up is, okay, so what's important? Important here is the space that the polymers can take during reading. Because if you bring a very rigid polymer like PEEK, you will not be able to, spool the pipe. You will get a high temperature, but you will not be able to spool the pipe. So understanding all these critical factors in the whole life cycle of a project is very important. And this is something that I'd like to help our industry with, by crisply defining what are our failure modes and what are our real requirements versus what we usually had, what a vendor usually advertises. So one example on that. Second, application. This is something that will be very interesting for all of us. It talks about CCUS, carbon capture, utilization, and storage. So while Shell is very interested in looking at hydrogen, both blue hydrogen and green hydrogen in the long term, Shell also feels that they have a strong role to play in carbon capture, utilization, and storage. The reason is because no single solution is going to allow us to meet our standards for greenhouse gas emissions. And CCUS is probably, in our opinion, a very important part. Plus, we also have the technology to play a role in converting our existing assets into carbon capture, utilization, and storage places. So this is a typical cartoon of how it will be done. We have actually two projects right now that are trying to go to a final investment decision, where we will do this at industrial scale. So there's also one more project that is running for Shell. It's in Canada. It's called Quest, where we are actively capturing CO2 and injecting it. So the first part, the first part is capture and compression out here. Then second part is liquefaction. So if you liquefy it, you can ship it to the terminal. If you capture it and compress it, you can ship it with the pipeline. Once you get here at the compression station, you need to transport it to well site, and then we need to inject it here. And now the key question starts is, how do you inject it there? Number one, how do you keep it there for how many years? Is it 30 years? No, probably not. It's probably going to be hundreds of years. So how do you keep it there? And how do you prevent this CO2 from diffusing into the reservoir and coming out in 1,000 years? So that's the question we have with these. it's easy to just compress it and keep it here, but to keep it there, and then what if you have leakages, like from here all the way out? Very small leakages, but over time, you will have issues. So that is very important. That's where monitoring, measuring, and verification is a very critical aspect. It's not just carbon capture, it's making sure that the integrity of the storage system is good. And all of this is, mind you, this is basically incurring cost to a project. Unless you have carbon credit, which will offset it at some point of time, you are essentially you're not making money by doing that. So how do you balance that environmental responsibility with the economics of the project? That's important. And that's where I think things like non-metallic pipes and everything else are quite important because they offer interesting low-cost solution in certain cases. But I still believe that low-cost carbon steel is going to be the cheapest option anytime. So now we have to decide how to balance our risk with the cost. The main reason why I put this slide here was because we are talking about CO2 here, right? But it's almost a similar application or principle might be even used for hydrogen. Your capture method might be different. You might use electrolyzers to make it on site, or you might transport it, or anything like that. But there is the option of mass storage of hydrogen in subsurface structures that is also actually looking at. It's probably one of the cheapest methods to do it. So all the issues that we face with CO2, similar questions will be asked of how do the materials interact. Now look forward to hearing more and learning more about it from you. Applications of flexible and composite pipes. So it's very interesting on how the industry has looked at composites. At some point of time, we were always looking at metals, and we were always saying, yeah, metals is going to take bulk of the applications, and we were right. Majority of, if you look at by weight or by volumes, metals is taking up everything. And yet, there are certain places where polymers are going to be the only way out, unless we solve our metal problem. We are also Professor on CO2 and I'll probably details on explaining that to him and groups. But polymeric material is because you eliminate the angular space in a flexible, and you don't have steel, high strength steel, which can corrode in CO2. So you are eliminating two of the three mechanisms that cause CO2 and steam. That's by using fully composite pipes. This was not ago because we didn't have so all these technologies are being developed, and if we have to bet on it, as there will be that we have to think about it for a few moments, and you realize that each of these technologies have their own drawbacks, and each of these technologies have their advantages. So I'll give you a quick answer to this. So this is probably the way to go in the long term, because that will eliminate the mechanisms for CO2. The challenge is it needs to be developed and it will take multiple years. So Shell is actively developing this technology in long term together with industry. We are trying to, the way it got attention is not because oil and gas industry is like driving this, but because people saw what's happening in airline industry, and now going 787 is fully composite and this, so why can't we make composite pipes? So that's how it started getting traction. But we were on it for quite a long time. So it's only that we didn't have the technology for that so far. That's the way to go. But can we wait for this pipe to come? We are having failures. Tomorrow we'll have something. So there is no way. And two aspects of it. One is fully understanding how this unboarded flexible works will allow us to extend the application limits or to make the right calls of replacing this. And I think that's very critical. So that's where Professor Channel's research is very critical for us. Can we make it predictive? Is the question. And then in between, there is another technology platform here, which will come it may not take many years like this, but it will take a few years to develop this hybrid technology. So what Shell is doing is allowing the vendors to explore this space and allowing the vendors to come up with products. But very closely we are working with them to ensure that if they come up with a product, then we have some applications that we are not then. When they come up with a product, we don't ask them a question. Why is this not working? We ask them the question before they develop the product. So that's our whole plan here. We work very closely with Petrobras on this one. So very fully engaged with Petrobras team, and we work together on many of these aspects. Another example of energy transition is wind. And this is a very interesting challenge. Shell is going into wind projects as we speak. We have some project called Mayflower in Boston, where we have the offshore generation. There are a few of them in EU that we have already installed. And then the question comes up is, what are the material challenges in this field? So a lot of these blades, all of them are composite. And there the challenge is exactly opposite of pipes. In pipes, we need very high strength composite materials. And cost can be a little bit higher. Here, you can see like hundreds and hundreds of these blades. Cost is a major factor. So we have to go for a low cost composite that works, and where we can make like hundreds of meters of blade. And then again, all the issues that I talked about, reliability of that blade, making sure that you can predict the performance, all of them are valid. We are relying upon external vendors to do this, and they don't have any thought on how Shell can work with you all to accelerate this. I'll be happy to learn more. But one place where we do bring our expertise is in this structure, the monopile. So Shell recently had a novel structure that they developed for this, actually the tripod kind of structure that is much more cost effective. Second is, how do you maintain the integrity of the structure? Because you have this flat zone where you have this waves, and that's where I think coatings and work that we do is very important. So with that, I think this is probably the last slide out here. In case anybody wants to decide what PhD topic to work on and doesn't know what application is, here's my wish list. Okay. So that this is at the top. CO2 is at the top of our wish list. Polymer fluid interaction is also at the top of our wish list. High temperature materials, polymers, and so on. These are challenges that will speak. And the moment you develop a high temperature material, we'll come and ask you how much higher can you? So you will not run out of any topics in the near future. Manufacturing at scale is interesting. Is very critical for us. we are actually looking for technologies which we can deploy and inspect to understand the health of our assets. The other ones I already spoke about 3D printing. Again, it's a very interesting technology that we're setting up. And my challenge is to find applications in oil and gas industry. So still looking at it because I like the flexibility of developing new parts, but the economics of scale catches up when you make molds and stuff like that. So there is a balance there. Opportunities again, these are the main opportunities on new polymer development, HPSC steel for CO2 and hydrogen. Very important piece. We are actually looking for technologies in this field and also for methods on how to ensure that we are getting the right assurance on these materials applications. On metallic pipes, we are already very deeply involved. In Brazil, so why Brazil? That's the key question, right? The first part of it is we have a lot of institutions and small companies, very well balanced here to support each other. So it's not just one company doing something; it's the network of these companies, that ecosystem that really brings a whole lot of infrastructure together. One small company has rich expertise here, and then another one has something else, and the universities have a lot more. You add all of this together and you start having interaction, which is what Shell would like to foster in our projects. That's when we really can accelerate the development of technologies in these areas. So that's really my hope, and that's really what I'm looking at while I'm here to support the projects. I think with that, I would like to thank you all for the time and would like to learn from you all on all the good work you are doing. So thank you very much.
Any questions, any comments, please, yeah,
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, the structural intelligence problem that we foresee in the car. What kind of issues are you thinking of the rupture of the rock? I mean, is CO2 another one from the pipes themselves or one form?
I think the main question we have right now is how do you reduce the extent of the cost of putting all this infrastructure in? So what materials and how do you develop that? So the reason for that is not because we don't have once we have, then we can do the materials part. So that's one challenge. The second part is the integrated part. There is how do you monitor the fugitive emissions and how do you monitor that the CO2. The third part is in most of the balance, but is sure that we have our
that the hydrogen concentration increases as you approach the crack tip, and that the hydrogen concentration increases to the plateau. Well, the conventional positive predictions are very powerful experimental. Anyway, once you know where the happening is, how it's distributed within the microstructure, then you can predict the vertical. Then you can predict what cracking process will initiate, how hydrogen is. And for that, I'm going to say a few words about the method that we have used. Basically, the challenge here is on the computational side. So if you want to predict the evolution of cracks, this is a well-known computational challenge because you are handling the discontinuity. You have a boundary that is moving. You need to be able to change your finite element mesh to accommodate the moving of this boundary. You need to have boundary conditions that are evolving with this boundary and so on and so forth. So it's quite a complicated problem for the computational side. So our idea here is to use this phase-field model in Paramat. And this idea is quite simple. Let me explain to you. So whenever you have two phases, whenever you have an interface, you can describe it as sharp or discontinuous. Or alternatively, using this phase-field idea, you can smear the interface over a finite domain and use an auxiliary variable in the phase field to describe where the interface lies. So this phase field variable will take two distinct values in each of the phases, for example, 0 in the blue phase and 1 in the red phase. So the blue phase could be the intact material phase, the red phase could be the crack, the fully damaged material points, and then it will vary smoothly. And then just by defining a differential equation for the phase field, you're able to capture very complex interface approaches with complex cracking problems. So there's basically three advantages that I always like to emphasize on why this method is computationally so powerful and robust. One is that the interface equation is defined in the entire domain, so there's no need for any special treatment. A second one is that topological changes such as merging or division of interfaces can be naturally captured without any ad hoc criteria. And the third one that is convenient here is that it's very well suited for multiphysics problems because we can easily couple that interface equation, the equation describing, for example, the evolution of cracks, with the equation describing all the physical phenomena like uptake of antigen, transport of antigen, and so on. And in fact, phase modeling has been a revolution in many areas of science and engineering. It all started in the condensed matter physics community, where it has become by far the most widely used to model microstructural evolution and specification. And very quickly, it's also becoming the dominant tool in fractional mechanics. You can see here the very complex cracking phenomena can be captured. You can see crack branching, coalescence of multiple cracks, nucleation of cracks on secondary sites. These are things that we couldn't model before we had access to this computational data. And I think, of course, at this point, you might say, okay, we can get a colors all look very nice, and you seem that you're able to simulate fancy things. But what about the physics, right? Are these fancy colors corresponding to what you would expect to see in reality? How is this phase field equation evolving? And I think the good news is that this phase field paradigm provides a computational platform for different energy balance. So predictions are very visible sound because they're based on the thermodynamics of that. So the idea is that Griffith, the father of fractal mechanics, said, well, a crack will, according to thermodynamics, a crack will grow whenever the energy stored in the solid is sufficient to overcome the energy required to create trick surfaces. So the fracturity of the critical energy. And you can express that in a variational form. And in principle, if you're able to minimize this functional, you're able to capture how cracks evolve as a natural exchange between stored energy and fracture energy. But doing this computationally is quite tricky. So you need to come up with, and here's basically the reason why it's quite tricky is because you don't know where your crack lies. So you need to regularize this surface integral into a volume integral. And this is what you do with the phase field. That's where the phase field comes to your rescue. You can see here that the phase field is a little bit like a damage variable. So you go from 0, you need that material points, and 1 fully cracked material points. So it's acting as a marker, it's telling us where the crack lies. And then like a damage variable, it will also degrade the stiffness of the solid, and it's also kind of a non-local damage model. You have a gradient, you have a lens slope, and therefore your results are independent of your measure. And you can see here, you can get a good overview by looking at the two governing equations. So you have the balance of linear momentum for describing the deformation of solid with the stiffness reduced, the phase field reduction, the stiffness, the low current capacity. And then you have this equation for the evolution of the phase field, which is essentially a competition between the strain energy density, the energy stored in solid, and the critical fracture energy, so a material property that describes the fracture resistance. And then just by solving this additional differential equation, you can estimate very complex cracking phenomena on the regional finite element mesh without any convergence problems. You can see crack branching due to the application of a dynamic mode. First result I'm about to show having computed with the standard Back-Euler method without any convergence. So the method is very efficient. And you can see here other examples from the literature, some from my group, some from other groups, where you can see that FACES not only is able to capture very complex cracking phenomena that we were not able to simulate before, but also is able to do that while showing a remarkable agreement with experiments. So it's a numerically very powerful method and is physically very sound. And this is very convenient for us to tackle problems not only at the academic level, but also at scales and complexities inherent to engineering practice. So we try to extend this to hydrogen. Let's say, okay, this is the key, the first step to develop this computational platform. And there, if you do that, then at the very least, you need to solve a three-field problem. So you solve for the deformation of the solid, you solve for the hydrogen transport, you need to know where your hydrogen is, when and where. And then finally, you solve the damage process. And I'm highlighting some of the couplings here, but the key coupling that we need to address is how the hydrogen is coupled with the damage process. So the enrichment process itself. And qualitatively, we know what we need to do. So we know that hydrogen basically reduces the factor resistance of material. We see that in experiments. So we need to basically make our fracture energy dependent on the hydrogen suppression. Find a, I would say, a hydrogen damage degradation function that will change my fracture energy depending on my hydrogen function. But the key question is how do you do that continuously? And of course, one way of doing it will be phenomenologically, empirical, and this is the way that some of our industrial partners are going ahead. So they say, okay, I'm going to just run multiple experiments. I have enough money. I'm going to run multiple experiments where I can measure hydrogen concentration versus factor energy, and therefore I'm going to input that for this chosen material. I'm going to input that into my model, and that's fine. There's no problem with that, and your predictions will be in agreement with fracture mechanics. But of course, that requires running some experiments, and ideally, what I wanted to do was to present a fully predictive model. A model that required no calibration whatsoever with experiments by solving the underlying physics of hydrogen. And I'm going to tell you now how I did that. I went on to develop what I think is the right hydrogen degradation function. But the good news about the framework that we're presenting is that it can actually accommodate any interpretation. So you may disagree with my statements, you may have your own ideas, you may think that all the variables that I'm neglecting are playing a big role. That's not a problem because you can define this hydrogen degradation function in any way of shape that you want, taking into account any micromechanical or macromechanical parameters. So you think that the dislocation is important, you can put it in there. If you think that the hydrogen traffic dislocation is important, you can put it there wherever you want. But let me tell you how I came up with what I think is a predictive and physically sound degradation function. And when you try to do that, the key question that you want to answer is, how does hydrogen make metals brittle? How can it be that a metal that in the absence of hydrogen fails in a very ductile manner through microwave cracking mechanisms that we see here, suddenly fails in a very brittle fashion with cracks originating on the grain boundaries the moment you bring hydrogen into it? And to me, the answer to this is, or to answer this one, has to think across multiple scales. And if you think of the physics of the problem, realize of three key aspects in my opinion. The first one is that when you look at it from the atomistic perspective, what you see is that hydrogen atoms very significantly reduce the bonding strength of the metal atoms. So these are DFT calculations for two types of grain boundaries in nickel. And you can see this is surface energy of fracture energy versus hydrogen occupancy. And you can see that if you're interfacing with your grain boundaries full of hydrogen at coverage of 1, then you're experiencing a almost 40% reduction in your fracture energy. So this is promising. If the hydrogen, if the grain boundaries full of hydrogen, they're going to be much weaker. So that could explain what we see in experiments. But the question now here is, okay, where are we in this x-axis, right? How much hydrogen do we actually have in our grain boundary? Because if our coverage is small, then there's probably something else happening. And the answer to that you can obtain it from experiments and from the topic thermodynamics. So using Orionis equilibrium, you can plot the trap occupancy as a function of the hydrogen concentration in the lattice and the trap binding energy. And the trap binding energy is a physical parameter that we can measure in the lab. And we know that, for example, in grain boundaries, which are strong traps, our binding energy is approximately minus 40 kilojoules per mole. So we are here. And if we are here, you can see that for as little as 1 part per million of hydrogen, my grain boundary is going to be full of hydrogen. The coverage is going to be very close to that. So in other words, it is very energetically favorable for the hydrogen to accumulate in those grain boundaries. And as we know from the atomistics, this is going to make our grain boundaries weaker. And this is something that has been recently observed in a science paper which is of tomography. How our theory confirms observations, how hydrogen atoms accumulate those grain boundaries. And now the question again comes, okay, so we're going to be somewhere here in the x-axis, so hydrogen really wants to go to the grain boundary. Our occupancy is going to be significant. So is it a 30 to 40% reduction in crack strength is sufficient to trigger a change from that contractor to brittle failure? And if you take into account those gradient enhanced stresses that I told you before, if you simulate those mechanisms of cracking deformation that you have at the small scales where we see hydrogen embrittlement, what you see is that in the absence of hydrogen, your stresses, your cracking stresses are not high enough to reach the cleavage strength of that rainwater strength. So of course, failure has happened through other mechanisms such as micro-wall cracking mechanisms. But in the moment you bring hydrogen into the picture, you drop that cleavage strength, that grain boundary strength by 20 to 40%, and then these two lines cross, and you have a story. You have a model that can naturally capture without any fitting parameters, only one calculation, atomic calculation that you can apply once in your lifetime. Without any fitting parameter, this change between this shift from that to brittle failure the moment you bring hydrogen into the picture. So you don't need to tell the model anything about the failure model. You just bring hydrogen in there and the model will naturally capture this. And incorporating this regression model is straightforward because we are solving for the hydrogen diffusion, so we know how much hydrogen we have, where and when. We can use the trapping thermodynamics and that physical parameter that regression allows to determine what is the hydrogen coverage in those critical interfaces, which is grain boundaries. And then we just need to come to this, we need to run only once in our lifetime and come here and decide, quantify what is the limitation in transfer. So everything can be very naturally incorporated and everything is perfect. So let me show you some results that we have obtained with this kind of multi-scale, multi-physics framework. Before I do so, let me also emphasize that one aspect that is of interest from a computational perspective is that we not only want to capture the initiation of cracks, but we also want to capture how, as the crack propagates, the hydrogen environment will follow. So in reality, you know, if you have a pressure vessel with hydrogen gas, if you have a crack, then the moment the crack grows, the crack surfaces are going to be exposed to hydrogen gas very quickly. Or you have a pipeline in the middle of the sea, the moment the crack grows, the seawater will immediately occupy that space. So we need to capture, as you can see here, how as the crack propagates, the environment is readily followed. Now we have done that with the penalty approach for the other approaches. So some representative results on the hydrogen side. These are our curves, crack growth resistant curves. So basically, this is a measure of the crack stage load, and this is the crack extension. And we see what we see qualitatively in experiments. As you increase the hydrogen content, you lower your fracture resistance. These are results obtained for different loading rates, and other R curves for different loading rates. And again, we capture another well-known experimental observation. If you load your samples very slowly, there's more time for the hydrogen to accumulate in the fracture region, and therefore you lower your fracture resistance. Now we can also get quantitative agreement with experiments. These are experiments on pre-charged steel bars and measurements of notch tensile strength versus hydrogen content. This is for a single charge experiment. As you can see that the model is saying movement. So you get a very good grip on these experiments. This is another set of experiments. So in Norway, here what they did, they had a duplex stainless steel samples that had a notch. They immersed those samples into a seawater bath, and they subjected each of those samples to a constant load. Each of them to a constant load, and then measure the time to weight. And you can see all of them fail relatively early for engineering time skills, but we can use our model not only to represent the experiments, showing confidence in our predictions, but also we're able to run virtual experiments over very large time scales. So we're able to determine, for example, here, what is the critical load below which you can load your samples. And basically, we have also used this to gain insight into standardized experiments. I think most of you will be familiar with the slowest training rate test, because these are, I would say, the paradigmatic experiment to measure hydrogen susceptibility. A number of people in the, I would say, experimental hydrogen embrittlement community have been suspicious about this experiment, because of course this is not a fracture experiment. You're basically measuring time to failure. So if you have cracks initiating into your sample, that's going to compromise the experiment. So we took a model and we decided to simulate first an experiment in the air. We got a good agreement not only on the time to failure, but also the location of the crack initiation. Then we introduced hydrogen. We got again a very good agreement, no fitting parameter whatsoever. We just say hydrogen comes into play now. And we also changed different environments. And again, we observe a very good agreement, both in terms of where the crack initiates and also quantitative in terms of the time to failure. And what our computation showed, and this is something that experimentally suspected, is that cracking initiates relatively early into the test. which is basically compromising the validity of the spec, because then you cannot even use it to rank materials, as you may have one material with a higher diffusivity where the cracking initiates before, but then it propagates faster into the higher diffusion profession. So basically, one has to be careful with this experiment that the principle moves to fracture mechanics. But we can do anything we want. I mean, we can simulate any kind of standardized experiment, so we can save time and optimize costs in the lab. But we can also deal with large-scale 3D, I would say, industrial components. So we can effectively bring this idea of virtual testing to hydrogen-containing environments. And I think what is also exciting is that you can correlate model predictions with inspections. So you can create sort of digital twins of critical infrastructure. This is, for example, a 12-kilometer pipeline characterized by British Petroleum, where they have multiple heating corrosion defects. All these red dots are heating corrosion defects. So we can model this pattern. We can introduce easily those defects. Here we're modeling a 3-meter section of the pattern. That says we're solving for the faceless at the degree of freedom. We can easily prescribe that initial value of that degree of freedom. So we don't need to do a complicated finite element measurement. We can just use a uniform mesh and define which nodes are easily damaged. So we can introduce quantitatively those defects into a pipeline, and then we can load the pipeline between certain conditions and see when those defects will start growing, when they will merge with network defects, and when they'll get complete failure. You can see here they're starting to grow. There are coalescing with network defects, and then eventually you get the complete failure of the pipeline. So again, this looks a little bit like a video game, but it is actually quite a sophisticated mechanistic calculation, multiphysics simulation. And the key takeaway is that you have a tool at the end of the day that finally allows you to predict when hydrogen-assisted failures will happen as a function of the load conditions, as a function of the material, and as a function of the environment. And again, I want to emphasize always that this is a mechanistic tool that is physically based, that it takes as input only nominal material properties and physical parameters that you can independently measure in the lab, but at the same time it's able to handle the large scales and complex conditions in order to be in practice. And we have also extended this to fatigue. You can see here that we can deliver virtual acid curves for millions of cycles without hydrogen, showing good experiments. And these are, by the way, cycle by cycle calculations, which are very powerful in that you don't need to make any assumption on the loading history. You can consider realistic loading histories, and they also, of course, computational expenses. We have a lot of cycle jump and other algorithms that can accelerate those calculations. And therefore, you can predict naturally many things that we know from experiments and practical mechanics. For example, you can naturally capture the Paris law regime, so you can predict what is the influence of hydrogen on the Paris law coefficients. And you can also get as an output of the model virtual lesson curves for any geometry and any environment. It's here for a notch component for different hydrogen concentrations. And again, because there are cycle by cycle calculations, you can calculate this for any arbitrary loading. So the method is, in that sense, I would say, quite powerful. And we have also considered the microscale. So normally we don't worry too much about the microscale beyond the topping characteristics, because we're dealing with situations where we have exposure to aggressive environments or components that are already degraded. So you already have defects that are larger than the critical vector. But this is not always the case, particularly now in the hydrogen economy, where we're looking at very clean steels with no inclusions, and we're trying to understand the initiation of fatigue. So we have also the structure, and we're able to capture the interplay between intergranular and granular cracking using both phase and cell models. And in this case, we simulated a classic experiment by the group of Zach Harris, which is a very beautiful experiment. Basically, they were trying to understand whether help or this dislocation hydrogen transverse order effect. And what they did was they introduced hydrogen into pure nickel, and then they tested pure nickel at room temperature, and we were able to simulate with and without hydrogen, and we were able with the model to reproduce quantitatively when they saw room temperature, with and without hydrogen. And then they moved to cryogenic temperatures, because we know that at cryogenic temperatures you don't have any more diffusion and you don't have hydrogen dislocation interactions. And they saw that at cryogenic temperatures, the sample with the hydrogen was still brittle, and it would show this was still playing a role under the dominant dynamics. And again, with the model, we captured the response without hydrogen. We let the model predict what happens with hydrogen. We get a good agreement, and then we tell the model we switch to temperature, and the model is able to be good. So that already gives some confidence that somehow the model has the right physics embedded into it. We have also extended this to more complex scenarios as well. These are all very technologically relevant. So we can use our finite element model to simulate the welding process, so we can get a distribution of residual stresses and the microstructure. Then we can take those distribution of residual stresses and dislocations and run our finite element analysis and predict the evolution of cracks for different hydrogen concentrations and so on. So, okay, I'm done with the hydrogen part. Let me move to the another dissolution cracking, so the classic localized corrosion part. And then I will merge both of them to speak about stress corrosion cracking here. So regarding corrosion, again, a very interesting problem for many of us, for many scientists and engineers. Corrosion has a huge economic cost. And again, I really would like hydrogen is a problem where we have not seen virtual testing work before, because it's a very complicated problem that we don't fully understand. I mean, maybe that's a fair statement. A lot of excellent experimental science has been done in corrosion science, and I believe that we have a sufficient understanding now. But it's quite a complex problem. We all acknowledge that. And this lack of understanding comes at a great cost. So the idea here is to develop, again, a computational platform that will allow us to do virtual testing in corrosion environments. And this is challenging for multiple reasons. One reason is that normally when you have corrosion, you have an interface that is complex and that is evolving in time. So again, you have the problem of tracking a complex interface, and also because you're very strongly coupled. So this is a sketch of what you see of corrosion fatigue in offshore wind turbine monopiles, which is what limits the service life of offshore wind turbines. And what you see here is, you can see here about a complex problem, right? So initially you get peaks nucleating at the interface between the electrolyte, the seawater, and metal. Those peaks grow, driven by local chemistry and mechanics. And then eventually you get a peak to crack transition event and the propagation of those peak cracks. And being able to predict all this phenomena requires not only being able to capture the shape of those peaks, but also the local chemistry and mechanics. And they're all strongly coupled because the shape of the peaks depends on the local chemistry and mechanics. So depending on your mechanics, your corrosion will be enhanced or not. Depending on your pH, your corrosion will be different or not. And at the same time, the local chemistry and mechanics are themselves dependent on the shape of the peak. So your pH will change inside of a fluid environment. Your stress levels will of course change if your peak is sharper. So everything is very, very strongly coupled. And if you need to resolve the physics of the problem, you need to be able to resolve all these phenomena that are happening. That moving interface and the multi-physics problem that is happening. Now we can do that because we can use that phase field paradigm that I explained before to tackle this problem. And so the idea is that the phase field has been very successful in many areas, so why not extend it to corrosion? And why not use the phase field to describe not anymore the evolution of cracks, but the evolution of the corrosion process. So to describe material distribution, the interface between the seawater, the aqueous electrolyte, and the metal. And you can see here that it works, and we can capture very complex corrosion phenomena, and we can do so by using the simple part. And it is very simple. Again, you have a phase field, and now describe the interface between the aqueous electrolyte and the metal. And I won't get into the details of the model, but essentially the model in its simplest form has three ingredients. You have basically a short range interaction, an equation for the short range interaction with the phase field, which is a sort of an equation where you have basically the key parameter here is mobility coefficient. And then you have at the very least the diffusion equation for the concentration of metal ions, where the key parameter is that diffusion coefficient. And we know where we can measure the one. So that is the concentration of metal ions away from the corrosion. And you can see here that we can capture basically heating, stress corrosion cracking, the pitch crack transition, and we can do so while resolving many of the challenges all the physical phenomena that are happening there. So, for example, we can simulate using those Nernst-Planck equations that I discussed before. We can simulate how the electrochemistry is changing as our peaks is evolving. We can also capture the influence of the macrostructure, so the macrostructure will play a role and anisotropy, but also the corrosion we know is dependent on the crystallographic orientation. So we can incorporate that and we can see what is the effect of the macrostructure. We can also capture very complex microstructures like secondary particles, and we can couple this with those fatigue simulations that I showed you before and look at the structurally relevant features such as corrosion. So we finally again have a tool that allows us to simulate all the physical processes that are underlying this complex corrosion and corrosion phenomena. And of course, the ultimate judge is always the experiment. So we have also made sure that the model like crystal welded experiments, and we have extended the model to be able to capture, for example, the film rupture, the solution, the passivation mechanism, and also the fact that mechanical fields will enhance solution kinetics. And you can see here that we can get a very good agreement with the experiment, both in terms of the length of the corrosion defect for two different loads. And also even the morphology of the defect. I mean, there's multiple pits here. We choose to model only one, but we can model many. And we can model interaction between pits, which 2D and 3D. But you can see basically here that this is the same scale, and we're getting the similar morphology. So this brings me to the very last part of my talk. We're able to simulate corrosion. We're able to simulate hydrogen embrittlement. And very often, particularly in oil and gas applications, we have a situation where we don't really know what is the dominant mechanism. We don't know if it's an ODIC dissolution, if it's hydrogen embrittlement, if it's a combination of both. So we were happy with our models, but they all require making a decision a priori. Which one is the dominant mechanism, and if there's any interplay between them, we were not able to practical. So the idea now is to develop a generalized model for stress corrosion cracking. But we don't need to tell the model anything other than this is my material, this is my loading conditions, this is my environment, and then the model will naturally be able to decide which mechanism is dominant, and maybe capture also the interplay between the organisms. And so now here we have two pixels. One describes the evolution of cracks associated by hydrogen, and the other describes the dissolution process. And there's a lot of things happening here. This is the simplest version of the model. So you have a displacement problem, you have a fracture problem, you have the hydrogen diffusion, the ionic transport, so all the electrochemistry, and also you have the corrosion process. I forgot to say this mobility coefficient, you can actually connect it to the corrosion current rate. So all the parameters have physical input. And basically the model is able then to predictions across all ranges of applied potentials, from the cathodic dominated potential to the anodic dominated potentials. You can see here that you go from this cathodic protection regime where it's mostly hydrogen dominating, and you can see that we get a good agreement experiments for different environments. And then eventually you get this peak that we normally get this corrosion potential, and then you get this kind of anodic dissolution process. And we choose to use the model to simulate classic experiments by Groom. These are experiments that are very much like from the 80s. Some of the best work in the communities that done at the very beginning of the community. And this is a particularly nice work. So basically, Groom, the German person, who was interested in understanding whether aluminum alloys, stress corrosion cracking in aluminum alloys was driven by hydrogen or by anodic dissolution. And then he said, okay, I'm going to do this kind of experiment where I'm going to have these cylindrical samples with a notch in the surface. He said, I'm going to protect the surface of the sample. And then I'm going to expose the interior of the sample to a corrosive medium. And then I'm going to inspect the fracture surfaces and the fracture patterns. If cracks initiate on the east side, this means that the process, the stress corrosion cracking in aluminum alloys, is driven by anodic dissolution mechanisms. The corrosion was the governing problem. If cracks initiate near a notch, this means that it's the hydrogen playing a role, because it's the hydrogen that is being generated here, but is diffusing to areas of high hydrostatic stress, and then it's causing the damage. And he eventually saw that the cracking initiated near the notch, so eventually he concluded that hydrogen was dominant in aluminum alloys and stress corrosion cracking. But we used the model to reproduce the experiment to capture almost the same failure time. So I think he predicted that things fail after 10.5 hours, and we got 11 or something like this, so close enough. And then we're able to change the corrosive environments, change the intensity of the corrosion process, and see that if he had conducted his experiments under different conditions, he would have predicted eventually the transition from a hydrogen-dominated environment to a situation where you have both, I would say, dissolution-driven cracks on the inside and hydrogen cracks on the outside, and then eventually also everything becomes dominated by another. So I think that's all. Yeah, I'm just going to finish with a few concluding remarks. First one, I'm quite excited about the combination of these phase 2 methods that allows us to track complex interfaces and multi-physics models. Computers are finally powerful enough to solve 5 10 equations at the same time. So we can finally, and we know what are the differential equations that describe that physical phenomenon. So we can finally kind of apply brute force mechanics, right? We can say, okay, I'm going to resolve all the physics of the problem. Then I don't need to make any strong assumptions. Then I can make predictions based purely on material properties. And so this is quite exciting, in my opinion, the combination of these two tools, because many of our problems, like corrosion and hydrogen, are interfacial problems in our multi-physics. So I think that this is a game changer for our computational mechanics community. I think one thing that is quite exciting is that, as we've seen, the model is able to predict without any fitting parameters what happens in the lab. But not only that, we can also use the model to handle the large-scale scalar engineering practice. So it's a mechanistic model that will solve the physics, but it can also have an impact. We can go beyond our academic, I would say, experiments to go and impact with large-scale applications. And in fact, I would say that This model is now, the corrosion model is now being used by EDF to predict the life of liquid waste containers. And there's multiple industries, including Shell, Tenaris, and EPRI, who are using the hydrogen and different models to make decisions on whether, for example, after a pipeline to transport hydrogen, under which conditions to do that, or also design pressure vessels, for example. So there's many things that we don't know, that we need to know very fast, and that are expensive to figure out running experiments. So we can do experiments in our lab, but whether that provides a good answer of what is the situation of a pipeline that has been there for 15 years and has multiple defects, and whether that provides an answer of the behavior of that pipeline over the next 50 years is a bit of a challenge. So this kind of models can fill that gap, can bring complementary insight, and can allow us to answer many of those questions cheaply and efficiently. And I would say that the framework is quite general. If you don't like the way I implemented my degradation function, you can come up with your own degradation function. You can run experiments to do it a bit more experimentally calibrated if you want. So it's in that sense, it's universal and it's quite flexible. You can also extend it to deal with, the microstructure, to deal with wells, with the stress corrosion tracking. So very easily, it can be extended to accommodate any of your interests. And finally, I would say that again, spacing and multiplicity modeling can also revolutionize the area of corrosion. And I think that we will see, I see a lot of people already doing this. So I think we're going to see a revolution similar to what we've seen in fracture mechanics or the mass structural evolution. And again, I think this is another technologically relevant problem, probably even more complex than the hydrogen one. But again, I believe that we finally have the tools and the understanding to handle all of this phenomena very well. That's all. Thank you very much for your patience. And of course, thank you all to my sponsors. Thank you. Yes. So I think it's the same situation for both hydrogen and corrosion. There's so many things happening that I do believe that we can solve them all, but it comes at a cost. So sometimes it's not about it to see whether you want to include all of the effects or some of the effects on it. There's a lot of people working on doing that, and I've seen a few papers. So it is straightforward to extend the model to account for the transport future hydrogen dislocations. I guess the reason why I haven't done it so far is that I didn't thought it was a first order effect, because it's a bit complicated. Dislocations can move quite fast within a single grain, but then what happens when the dislocation reaches the grain boundary is big. So the way people have decided to model is by assuming almost that the dislocations, I would say, the grain boundary is invisible to the dislocation can carry the hydrogen, but I think the reality can be a bit complicated. They will have a pileup of dislocation, and whether the hydrogen then releases the dislocation versus the hydrogen to the grain boundary, or it continues with it. It's a bit of a complicated process, I think. And also when we look at experiments, is that actually when you look, for example, you do an experiment when you don't recharge hydrogen, you expose yourself to structure, and then you see what is the critical. You look at the fracture surface and see which percentage of the fracture surface is brittle, what distance this from the surface is brittle. You see that it agrees very well with diffusion distances. So I think that diffusion is by far the dominant mechanism there, and that's one of the strategies to do that. And you can do that if you see really need, or people can do it any specific.
Regarding the corrosion model, what does that use experimental setup for getting parameters for the corrosion model?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the question. So there were multiple elements, and I didn't put all the questions for the sake of time. But basically, the two parameters that govern this model, and didn't give a solve that we capture both this activation and efficient control corrosion. So the two parameters that govern this model is the mobility coefficient, which you can calibrate with a corrosion current density. So you can run let's say a 1D virtual experiment and calibrate with a corrosion current density and the division of metal ions. And then if you have, of course, the mechanics as well, then you need a stress strain curve on your material. And then if you do the film rupture repostulation mechanism, you do have a parameter that governs the kinetics of repostulation. So you need to know a little bit about your environment, how fast repostulation is happening. Of course, that's a nanoscale problem that we don't simulate. But basically, these are the inputs to the model, I would say, the basic inputs. So you need to know your conversion rates in the absence of any film or anything, just a 1D corrosion resolution rate. and then you need to know the diffusion of the parameters, which is something we know very well, and then the mechanical behavior of materials, so elastic behavior with structure and in principle that's all. And the film rupture passivation kinetics if you're dealing with a system that is well. But there's no criteria, for example, to tell the model, oh, now you have a peak, now you have a crack. That's really coming to the repassivation kinetics apply alone and so.
Question the first one regarding like question I think information to the last slide
Yeah, that's actually yeah. So we haven't done corrosion fatigue yet. It should be straightforward because we have both options. But we have done a few simulations. We have values and in the case of hydrogen, we are doing here. You can see here, so you have a particular duration function, and therefore you can predict. These are all cyclic loading, especially SN curves, the number of cycles to failure versus stress amplitude with and without hydrogen. And you can see here, for example, where we see the experiment hydrogen does not play such a big role in, I would say, accelerating the initiation of a crack. It plays a bigger role once you have a crack with the particular rates. So we can capture all of this. So the model can capture cyclic loading, and we can do nowadays. This is the most computationally intense case because we want to do mechanistically, so we want to do cycle by cycle. But we can do these days even millions of cycles in 3D now with some acceleration schemes. So it's becoming, I would say, relevant to and many of these applications where people are looking at pipelines for service, they're interested in the fixed.
Yes, second question is about temperature. What is the effect of temperature on the wet hydrogen?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I don't think I have any ways to see. So the model has, and we show that when we look at these experiments. So here, for example, was changing temperature of the experiments, and we could see that the model gave us the right result without touching anything, just changing the temperature. So the model has that account for the temperature naturally. Let me see if I have the equations here. Well, you can see some temperature here. So you typically have a radius loss where the temperature comes into play, but you're asking about the dropping. Yeah, I don't have the equation here. So basically, there is this diffusion completion. This depends. This dropping. I don't know. It's a bit another question here, but basically, you have what we call an equilibrium drop completion that depends on the temperature. Maybe I have it in there. Let's see if I have it here. Otherwise, I can go even more. I don't have it here. But you do have an equation that depends on the temperature. So temperature does play a big role in the sense that you can redistribute the hydrogen between the multiple traps. And in fact, normally the way you measure this binding energy is by running this EBS experiment where you ramp up the temperature and you get hydrogen desorption as a function of temperature, and you get multiple peaks. Because some traps that are very strong traps, you need a lot of temperature for the hydrogen to be released from that trap, whilst a weaker trap will need less temperature. So we get multiple peaks that correspond to different. So, but that's kind of, this is kind of based on thermodynamics. So it is, you normally have some sort of a Ventus term with the temperature in there. So you can input your model of your temperature and that's what you write up. Thank you.
Gas update for hydrogen, measurements by the 34. You have a fresh one. You have any oxide or
Yeah, that's a very good question. Well, I don't think I know this. Okay. How to shout? I don't know what the rest is. You can go to the beach.
But you can answer
So I'll answer that. So basically, it's a very good question. If you have a steady state and a plane surface, then it's straightforward. But reality is often much more complicated than that. The good news is that this model that we developed, the electrochemical model that we developed, we particularized it to the gaseous environment, and you can deal with non-steady state conditions, and you could calibrate those reaction rates to account, for example, for oxide layers and things like this. It will require a bit of experimental calibration, but you could make it work. You could do one permeation experiment, and based on that, you could be able to predict what happens in an industrial component. So in that sense, it does work, and we are trying to use it now. People are discussing whether if you put oxygen will compete for the surface sites. We're trying to use it to understand some uncertainties in there, under which conditions this strategy will work. Thank you. Well, coffee break then.
Então, a gente tem um break aqui na sala ao lado. Vamos lá, pode continuar o lado lá, depois vamos parar. É, Aqui, a comunicação inicial hoje aqui, pode deixar isso.
A gente deixa ele. É, porque tu não, até porque não tem.
Ele coloca que vai ser a apresentação.
Olha, ele falou aqui, cara, ele falou aqui, ele também aqui.
Primeiro vamos abrir a apresentação.
Ele lá, esse era antigo. Ah, vou deixar logo a outra aberta também, né? A gente pode ir fechando. Posso fechar daqui?
Alô? Tá aberto lá.
Tá.
Então, só tem que fechar aqui.
Não tá habilitado pra gente.
Juliane, mandar para ela habilitar, colocar como estúdio com um pipel. Alô? Ela colocou um vídeo como um pipel.
As duas aqui, ó, já deixei as duas, Dudu. A do Daniel e a do Ponciano. Tá? Bora. Ah, é.
Aí acerta isso para a gente tá.
Não, ela não liberou. Ela liberou?
E aí?
Ah,
Já está respondido.
Vai ter aqui sem microfone, né? Por causa da diferença na casa, mas com emoção e a gente vai continuando. Então, nosso palestrante é o professor Luciano. O seu Luciano é professor do programa de patente e orientação dos materiais, trabalha na instituição. E nós temos mais da história dele e
morning and morning. Start like to say thanks to the graduates, and thanks to the audience. workshop. As my student, my name is José. That's what my name is Marciano. I'm the head of the board, but you are can you listen and hear me well? I will not talk the environmental assistance directly and the restriction. Sometimes expected impact material with the quick this is very broad title. So I'm going to make a brief summary of all the aspects related to this law. This is the summary of this presentation. I will start by some basic definitions related to energy transition, environmental assisted tracking. Environmental assisted tracking, we had to learn a lot with the previous speakers about supercomputing and hydrogen breakdown. There are multiple our backgrounds. That will present the most recent results. The results in our case are in the papers, from our papers. Of course, I cannot go into detail in all of them. There is a brief summary the papers. And finally, I'd like to save some time for your comments and questions. Let's go to the basic definitions. Energy transition, environmentally assisted tracking. Energy transition. Energy transition seems to be something very new, but in fact, it's not really new. We have in the history other moments where energy transitions were occurred. One of them was the industrial revolution in England. And it's serious because at that time we had a problem with the stressful tracking that was related to failure of pressure vessels or steam oils. And we had accidents with lots of fatalities, maybe hundreds, maybe thousands of fatalities. At the time, the problem was so required the improvement of weapon technology. So we have a new technology that we need to follow. In the present, we have another energy transition related to the use of alternative energy sources, leading to new technologies to produce, for instance, hydrogen. Hydrogen is called in some cases green hydrogen, and seems to be the major energy source for the next decades. Together with this new scenario, we have problems with the use of pure hydrogen and hydrogen. We all know that hydrogen is recommended. It's used for the time of use. We are quite sure about it. We have a lot of work done during the last years addressing this problem. We have different use of hydrogen and for metals. And at the same time, we have a trend of using new source of gas from different origins, from the higher amount H2S. So we have a build-up of H2S. And we have a pipeline here that is aged, not new. And we have to start doing the same operation for the peaceful condition, which means the increment of H2S. H2S is related to most critical problems in terms of hydrogen. At the same time, is related to the greenhouse effect. Together with the oil and gas production, we have a big limit of CO2. It has CO2 from several other sources, especially in Brazil. And we are working hard on new technologies to mitigate this greenhouse effect. In some cases, less traffic to the use of movement salt. The global scenario is the following. In Europe, we have aging gas pipeline. There is a very interesting data that was presented in 2022 by some guys from the EU. And they show how is the whole scenario in terms of build-up in US and the demands we have in terms of achieve a good compliance with the materials that we have long in the old facility, the old assets, the new production of the gas. And at the same time, we have the proposals of CO2 management. In Brazil, we have the CO2 produced from the pre-salt, which is the spirits of injection, storage, and transportation. And much more high pressure concentration. At the same time, in Brazil, we have huge projects, huge investments on the production of the green hydrogen. Some of them, most of them, in the law of the project. We think here of course of investment, in the production of green hydrogen. And in the US, very interesting, probably is in the root of the green technology, the wind power project. I had a chance to see the first time a description, a technical report, and describing this wind power project was at the time I knew about 15 years ago, and was company of energy and electrolysis. This is in this picture, you can see how is the source of energy, is giving about energy, and this hydrogen technology that to be attached to this source to produce hydrogen, so electrolytes. So the hydrogen production is able to electrolysis. In this picture, in this graph, you can see the different possibilities, different, let's say, compositions for energy source, technological process to produce hydrogen, how to use the hydrogen. So we have to store and store hydrogen. The green hydrogen is the one using the renewable source like wind, solar, hydrogen, and then we have the oxygen. We can see behind this trend the materials of all these effects. We need the materials, all stack of these tools. We need the materials for instance during the electrolysis, and the electrolyzer. It's probably the part of this arrangement, and the use of electrolysis bring together some, let's say, some challenging situations like how to present the material using the electrolyzer. The electrolyzer probably is responsible for the being the part of the battery. So there is a bunch of different possibilities to obtain hydrogen at the end. How important is it with hydrogen and this is a picture of how we think or we dream about the hydrogen era, the hydrogen system we work. So that the production of hydrogen based on the green technology and the hydrogen involved in the final use can be in a filling station used to generate electricity. Altogether. Many different possibilities to set a new energy system. Now, besides that, we have the question related to this. So, who is the most common that includes the amount of CO2 produced? I separated this paper. It's a very interesting paper because it describes and discusses the aspects of materials related to the use of new materials to face the CO2 storage, the capture and storage. And the environmental system tracking was described by made a very, very detailed presentation of the hydrogen refrigerant special cooling tracking. All of this cohort process are embedded under the same rules. It's a cohort process that is different because it focus on the loss of technology. It's not localized loss of technology that much loss. You should say the but it's something like fracking. Fracking is much more critical because fracking means loss of mechanical resistance of the material. Doesn't matter how the material is used. But the static key or dynamic loading, speed of initiation of fracking, very, let's say, dangerous. It's difficult to predict, it's difficult to monitor, and it's difficult to establish, let's say, a state domain in terms of this tracking. The material has a crack or two cracks, but these cracks are stable. They do not look like the equipment. We have other minor players, corrosion, liquid metal treatment, and practical treatment. Liquid metal treatment, this scope of energy transition is very important also because we have some technologies that are based on the use of molten salts as energy, for example. So, this example will be structural materials. As these structural materials will be valid. I know about major projects in the US. Yes, about in Spain. It's very interesting. On the focusing the solar. For example, obtaining salt. I know some guys from UK has been doing companies. They came to start doing some tests addressing liquid metal delivery. And it's altogether sometimes when you are dealing with a specific problem, let's say a practical problem, in general, there is much more than one data that's behind, right? So we can have stressful interaction with people with 7 in some cases, same time, and the stressful interaction related to CO2 environments, as I showed you that in the next reference, used to be related to hydrogen uptake. So without the influence of the movie, at the same time with the flush. And in some cases, even when you can prevent and avoid the speed of the material, the hydrogen gentlemen still remains, because many situations might fall before one or see. So to corrosion and stress corrosion crack. The issues related to corrosion phase of CO2 are a little bit different, because in the presence of CO2 environments, we have the low temperature refraction that is very peculiar in terms of stress corrosion refraction. In general, stress corrosion refraction is related to high temperature. And the origin of stress corrosion refraction is the passive period. In case of carbon steel presence, CO2 is not passive condition. So quite different. We used to put different phenomena and different mechanisms on the same word. But it's important to have in mind that if you are looking at the corrosion resistant power performance in the presence of CO2, it is nothing to do with one a concern, another concern is the possibility of so we need to check the field of resistance of the field under again. We all know that there is a loss of utility of skills on the very low temperature. The non-utility transition temperature. And in case of CO2, is for instance of gradient of pressure, pH, and concern that is specific on environment. And there is a lot of notes that suggest and show that the critical CO2 is a little bit more corrosive than CO2. Critical and makes the pipeline more susceptible. It's another problem. We have all the problems related to CO2 corrosion in general. So corrosion in general is loss of thickness of the material. But as I told, as I explained, loss of thickness is not a big problem. In this case, is a process for the problem is the utilization of occasional effect, the loss of mechanical resistance. But there is a huge amount of technical documents, papers, results of investigation, and even failure analysis. So we have to get together with successful tracking. We have to take a special care. Hydrogen embrittlement, we cannot segregate hydrogen embrittlement. I'll show you one of the works that published. Yes, this another paper. And I think that is the focus of this present workshop, or one of the points that should be discussed in this workshop, is the so-called CO2 stress corrosion crack. Came from a DNP that was issued by a warning that was issued by the in Brazil in 2007, when we had some cases of failure of practical pipelines working at high CO2 pressure, very deep water. And it was considered as unexpected. Was the damage mechanism was not considered. Let's say manual installed. And after that, we had great amount of work done was the understanding of this phenomenon. We are working on it for hard because we have also these two programs. Everything CO2 stress moving pattern. So it's considered as new since it was reported in 2007. So, but when we go to the technical literature, we can find similar situations in other cases. So how CO2 corrosion can lead to fracking? We must know how is the CO2 corrosion process. We have, as I told, we have a lot of basic information starting from the model that was proposed by EOR. The model links the corrosion rate to the CO2 pressure. Has nothing to do with the fracking. And the nothing to do because of localized proposal. It do not take into account the possibility of presentation of iron calculation of rate. In the case of the flexible pipeline, we have to take into account the confinement conditions, which are the confining conditions. These are common situations where we have great exposed area, the talent of giving the state of the capital steel, to a very small volume of electrolyte. The electrolyte streams from the core, the flexible, to the underlying environment. And it brings very special conditions in terms of saturation of iron, limitation of iron content. What we have in mind, I mean, the old situations, this situation was favorable, very good. Since the precipitation will be over the process, but was not exactly like this. And together with this process, we have the local conditions all over the screen that can be started dynamically or fixed. In the case of flexible pipeline, we have both depending on the position, the equipment, the optimization that we have for the dynamic mode, or the flow lines and both. So depending on the design or the position on the equipment function, you have different contributions of corrosion and loading at the same time. And this note is to remind that one lesson learned during the experimental work done in our lab, that the surface condition is very important in these surface conditions. You have a continuous and hierarchical between the surface condition. And then you have the package of the loading that you can be responsible for and managing this. So it's a very, very complex environment. I will not go into the detail, but it's just a summary of how is the meter and technical meter is not quite new because I had what I call old people from Germany. They presented 2 cases of cracking that were important in the civil environment, but now they still the conditions. We have the neutrals that's called refracting, that's not new. Case from the study of integrated management of building pipelines on the external surface of pipelining protection solid and a lot of work done together with the RAS and site approach considers the presence of carbon monoxide. It's a site range of the investigation, but we still have some papers published in 2023. And the new approach, it was triggered by the event of Brazil 2007. That we know again what makes it design. That's not real warning. And we know that how can we handle a problem like this? You can see that from the literature and from technical results that are coming. That there limits in terms of safe conditions are always putting out. So we are always lower the internal pressure. The pressure on the animals environment lower and lower and lower. And the same reference to the hydrogen concentration. This slide is very important because in this approach, a weakness or let's say a point that is much more development in this diffusion products. This means we know that the problems with the contact of the steel with the opposite environment in case of a flexible pipeline depends on the transportation of the compounds from the more complicated pipeline, flexible pipeline, the underlying pipeline. This process is very important. We can always study, we can assure one of the setups we use in the lab. You can always do a very simple. Also, you can do small, you can produce a lot of results. The best of the hydrogen points. But if you look at the structure of the design of a flexible pipeline, it's much more complex. It's more environment. We have different layers of different materials and a very complex geometry. So you cannot solve a problem like this by using law. We need much more in terms of modeling. So it's applied for stress over crack CO2, because the CO2 to get into the animals with 10 or 50 models. We have little knowledge of this process. It is not easy to make the experiment. It is reliable enough to give us the numbers that we need. It's the same in terms of hydrogen. And diffusion models and others. They are what we need the others. The others are the speed of reaction to the diffusion component in something for instance, iron. There is a trend of direct reaction between iron and the other which was sort of everyone. I mean, it's solar, iron, solar iron. So we not reach the surface. So the real concentration is lower. So there is a lot of work done in reference. Now we move to our background platform. I will show you some of the facilities we have, some examples of the desk we used to do. It's important to say that our approach is really experimental. We are very experimental in the thing on the lab. At the same time, all the modeling simulation help us, but we used to work with experimental methods. In some cases, are very complex. This is basically the equipment used to produce knowledge in fields of experiments, or how is the behavior of an entire environment. In this case, it's a silo machine. Have two types of silo machine. One of them is used to test samples, machine samples. On the other, with a high capacity, was designed to study with non-machine segments. Straight segment of the CO. And we did the same test. And we use autoclaves like this one. And these autoclaves are linked to another very important and essential thing that we have for other experiments, which is the potential stuff. Using the potential stuff, we can assess the intensity and morphology of the process. We can at the same time separate the contribution of another solution from hydrogen activity. So we can assess the growth rate by using specific linearization test. So the mechanical test is a little bit more complex than standard tensile test. And one important difference is the use of very low strain rates. So we do less like this, like this, it's a huge problem, but with 5 or 6 equipment like this, working at the same time, all of them. And these are the results. We also can using a test like this. Response in let's say a CO2 environment on the control temperature. So if you one material is much more successful than the other, I can see in the spectrum. Not based on one parameter, but based on several different parameters. Let's say time factor is not one. Still, because time factor will depend on the strength data. But we have a lot of other parameters that can be used based on standards, or based on our proposal of we will use. Let's say. So we need follow up the stress ratio. This is an example of a sample cytologic environment. And it's very important after the test to measure the macroscopic features of the material and the test. We can do other tests like this one. It's a little bit more simple because we are doing the test under a constant displacement, which means the material under constant pressure by I can probably do this we are and after that we do this surface analysis. We can check how the morphology of the surface. We can measure this localized and how in some cases localized is the point of a fragmentation. It's very not very difficult to accept the localized at some moment we will respond for competition so we can be fair. Another one strategy with this focus on not the focus with this picture. But this is another system. This is the most simple one to assess the hydrogen fusion process. So as I said, the fusion process is very important, and hydrogen fusion is of hydrogen. So we can do a test using a flat specimen of spherical. We can measure the other specific environment. Vision, and representation by the other side. The amount of hydrogen that is possible. The other speaker presented the PDS is from the lab, but we can do the measurement of the hydrogen crossing in the here. But it's very important to measure the hydrogen travel. With another technique, which is CDS. We don't have it now. As I said, surface analysis not really important to achieve accept people want to understand what the performance of so this check and even the practical performance of base is different. The materials that also higher intelligence environment. So change of the practical calculations of the very important. And we use optical microscopy, focal codes, and laser microscopy, so we can quantify in there and use a digital way to extract the surface. And studying electron microscopy is what we do. Equipment that is dedicated to that. All of the tests done in materials for that goes to the surface analysis. And we have additional techniques like the mold. For we don't have at the moment, but it's very important because we can check the material to have internal effects. Internal effects are very important for the evaluation. You might have the exposure for the internal effects is not more difficult to spot because you can see from the surface. It's we have a lot of internal. We have a lot of digitalization, so we put we are very confident for use of exhibition tools like the electric potential drop. Tracking corrosion is another spirit of the test of showing equipment, and at the same time, ultrasonic laser degrade. This is the potential drop equipment, one of the drop equipment. Results of tomography. In this case, we were working very well with so we can check it until after the death. We have training the surface of this kind of effects. Another example of tomography. We do some side tests using autoclaves, using rotating cage, using other equipment that are able to evaluate the pressure of the society. Let's say the service condition of the material. So can be the test within different opposing environments conditions. And in this case, the rotating cage is an attempt to emulate the case where the surface. It's another parameter that is important. I can do the test in H2S environment. It's very important because if you look at the standards, some of the most evaluation like the base is important. This is the association of US and is responsible for technical, say, technical recommendations how to handle how to qualify materials which is expensive. And now they are working hard on communication of some environments. At the same time, but we need, let's say, we need specific facilities to do that which less. Erosion corrosion, what was one of the main of my players in the slide. And they'll have a rig that can test the resistance of the erosion corrosion. That needs to improve the environment. And this is a completely different issues aside from what's important. Because I thought it was important during this talk to point out that we had some results. We had good progress on the hydrogen, not something going and this is one of the this is the last version of the reactor. And this year reactor was designed with this model of the H2S model. And the treatment was based on electricity. And we have shown some problems like the material to be used in the electrolytes. So this is the core of the system. Of course, we always use especially like PSA, but in this case we use panels, very promising result. And this reactor was designed to use the line refinery. The capacity is high enough to treat the pressure of the solvent produced in the refinery. But what's the reason for put this like here? Because behind the feasibility of electronics, there is a lot of issues with the use and selection of the electrolysis probably is the core of very hydrogen propulsion system. So another thing, some of the deposit corrosion. And digitalization is based on the ultraflight scanner, so we can scan all the equipment. We can take the results of the scanning for software with that, and even assessment of, let's say, the valuable remaining, a pipeline to the business. So some results. And this is the private water system. So now the environment is correctly, but we need to put the movement of this is the other versions of the electrolytes. I will not go into detail. Skip these slides. Now I want to show you a few papers. We're not bored with the paper, but we'll try to present you a timeline how we can share the results. This one is from 2022. It was spring experimental program to try to clarify the relative contribution of different parameters to the loss of resistance of one material. So we did the erosion rate test. They had a specific of the specific material. And we can separate the influence of partial temperature, partial pressure, and strain rate. This is one of progress. Other papers this. But it's very important to show how we can use a mechanical test to address a very specific problem like The other one was CO2 under critical condition. It's a warning because, as you can remember, the first slide, I pointed out that supercritical condition of CO2 leads to different corrosion mechanisms. In this paper, it's possible to see that there is a peculiar one concept in different conditions. So we have to do much more investigation for the supercritical conditions. So it's quite new, of course, and cannot upload on why this problem, but it's still remaining problem. Another paper addressing the flexible pipeline situation, and it was possible to verify, let's say, interaction of the total energy. So there is specifically the whole effect related to this confinement condition. It can spread this to the whole. So it's a little bit more critical than localizing the whole. Another paper that was published at the in the US, was interesting. It was a part of the business and it was very important to demonstrate that if you emulate the conditions that depend on you can achieve precisely conditions that are favorable in favor of the DNA process. So it was starting one for investigation of this phenomenon. 2021. It was produced in a mixed environment of influence environment. We used to like we used to separate on the project, but we are in the same environment. Which one is the common? And this is a paper that was designed to show that separate the contribution of hydrogen grade from the CO2 in a mixed environment. How can we do that? We can do that by controlling this electrochemical potential of the material inside the environment. So this material we have the same also resistance. This one is for was dedicated to hydrogen agriculture, and we use different tools, mechanical gas, hydrogen fusion, and image processing to compare the practice and phase, and then show that changing the practice phase in 0.5 by using image processing. Another way to express the numbers instead of the video, I it's the same under cathodic polarization to environment that was able to confirm that if you suppress the global, the effect of hydrogen still remains within a purity of the environment. You don't need to less to another point, as an example, is the use of a could be a processing technology. Overcome how to mitigate and partially installed. In this case, the only on the screen, just like the hydrogen. This paper shows that the hydrogen is very important in case of CO2 expressed for a material of a low mechanical resistance and low carbon steel. And Other papers published that are interesting first, it's the integration of applied electrochemistry and management. You can see the results of the use of the electrochemical reactor in this table. This is a very interesting one of now, is the use of photoelectric chemistry. That is very interesting if you want to update or check the hydrogen information. In this paper, using photoelectric chemistry, the hydrogen is present in the well level. Very interesting science. And on the top, the assessment of hydrogen radiation schools is a certified pass. We're going to have to develop hydrogen system based on hydrogen radiation. So it's very important for the region. Another paper was addressing the selection of reactor. So we can see that some materials can use it, others not. And this paper was the one that we used a software electrolyte. So it was a step forward. I can what is important using a hydrogen sensor, I can assess the amount of hydrogen process. So, of course, you can reduce the amount of possible material. It's another advantage. The use of solid electrolyte in the tech. These are the patterns of the hydrogen sensor. This one is very old, was issued in the US on this. And SMT, it was we had a good generation of the same sensor. The reason is the same. We have a group for the morning for the hydrogen proteins. Specific equation. Very all of it. What I can take the minute. I'll try to make a summary of this points, but the objective of this talk was to try to bring some shed some light on the new conditions. We can look at the materials in the aging system. So we have a lot of assets, infrastructure, that are aiding this more monitoring, more repair, risk. At the same time, we have implemented more critical so what can we do? So we have to work hard and on accepting ideas. And one point is very important. Is environmental we have investment papers, we have we have send people to brand situation, but I can check this for the rest. If I can calculate all these strategies. And what you can move on, the second generation mainly for satisfaction. But still gap, there is knowledge gap in terms of this one. There is a lot of work done with and we are not quite confident. The difference of stable all this very important to check. We have the impact of the continuous, we are ongoing programs, we have new programs. Set in very smallest focus. I'm sorry, I made a mistake. It's not in stability. It's EAC, susceptibility, instability. What means stability? Is the need to have to test and use it. There is a huge number of standards for recommended. That involve those finishing that you are achieving that. It is important to know that materials are almost invariably challenges. I always focus on the word, but there is a solution for it. If you look at the same material, the same standard material used at 25 years ago. By the same material, they see that they find a lot of and the very involved. So the revolution must be taken into account. If you are going to use new material, the qualification is a set, APT will send you the non-standard tests, tools, and repair. You can start a new project, a new design with quite limited to do, but together with this new material, we need the proper inspection techniques and repair techniques, processing techniques, for instance, so it all comes together. We have some work to do on alternative electronic process. Not exactly due to EAC, but for all aspects of the marine, including the use of depolarizer from alternative energy source. What is a depolarizer? Polarizer is a component in the electrolyte that makes the electrolysis much more efficient. In the project that I mentioned, water, we have a polarizer. Polarizer was H2S. So the power necessary to promote the electrolysis of the water was much more. Was very, very good compared to the electrolysis of the water. And what is interesting to know that the kind of the I have to learn more about, but it seems that the CO2 can be used for to produce the synthetic mix that gasoline and for so we can push CO2, CO2 and products to produce hydrogen. Very, very promising, very interesting. So the study of the polarizer. We need always the alternative materials for specific hydrogen preparation storage. And as the from the engineer side, follow-up with hydrogen. A lot of institutions come together, and the materials are and finally, basically what we need to face these problems, not avoid these we need knowledge integration. Knowledge integration, I have a list of some of them, but I have a lot of basic science that are very important. If you really want to step forward in terms of new possibilities of invention. So electrochemistry program is nothing more than a branch of chemistry. Material science means methods, of materials, of machinery. Numerical modeling is very important for the assessment of mechanical, remaining mechanical reviews. How to do for the diffusion models, we need the strong support of specs and numerical modeling. MBE is the non-destructive dynamics. As I said, you have European, we need at the same time a bench of tools that is possible in safety section. We fragmentation process use bigger composites. We have a lot of things in terms of signal processing of function. We last one we have we made a very interesting transformation using digital tools. We can collect information much more high quality without using quantification. Artificial intelligence, not it's the word at the moment, but we have a lot of technical information related to, for instance, I would like for us to collect now. All these they are not answers. And others you can many others they manage to have development leaders. If you look at the I thought besides that, we have, so thank you for your presentation. I hope you did not exceed the time.
Thank you. We have person questions. Although we are quite late. And it was yes.
Thank you for your talk. But it was very nice opportunity when we I was wondering about the university, the high pressure, high temperature vessels that you have. Can you have useful H-stress? Can you have pure in there? What pressure and temperatures can you handle with your island?
Let's say, and the environment size. Answer the question, it's about 200 block. And we never different to all the right below your island, you don't have any ceiling distributed. We have the same problem as we have been pipeline rules, so we are safe. We have a safe use for it, but we can. I'm not confident that we can do the same as we require. How could you do that? You can use a test in the hands of the week, then do that. Oh, do not do that same. But in case of the rolling, but we need the premise of this higher than
Any more questions? Our next
Our next speaker is Daniel Correia, Freire Ferreira. Esse bachelor degree em metalúrgica de vidro. Martínez, análise mercado research and practice action in development. Thank you.
Eu quero procurar o elemento para escolher uma percentagem eu já trabalho no você probably higher necessary I've been working at it for around 11 years, mostly figure it out. We work at a structural executive group, so we actually have people work more closely to, let's say, business or side, or different kind of areas, companies with primaries, transport, subsidy equipment, well, also household collection. And my main areas of interest are actually the environmental sector, practical mechanics, failure analysis, and methodology, so I draw up a hard line on polymers and composites, so those are good call for you today. It's not an area we do have most closely together with us, composites, but I don't draw a line on full methodology and all the combustible alloys, CRAs. So the idea of the talks to be more generic and the specific thought that all these of the topics so I'll talk a little bit about the definition of practical mechanics and the basics, how we approach practical mechanics for service at Petrobras, also how we deal with structural integrity systems, and then I'll try to bring all the interesting stuff that comes when we're dealing with environmental sensitive fracking. So basically, for structural integrity definition, or small there, it's the ability of a component, structure, or asset to operate at optimal level under the pressure of a load, including the weight of the asset itself. The asset needs to sustain without practically breaking and or deforming, but still being able to perform its intended use. So structural integrity is a vital consideration for structural engineering, especially when constructing plant and equipment due to the risk of a catastrophic failure from which recovery is not possible. So there's a structural failure, the failure of asset being connected to the result of a loss of structural integrity. So I'll try to take a look here with meeting talk earlier. We did talk about reliability, so that's one thing that we look for in all components throughout the industry. And also, I'll go a little bit through that. We learn a lot from failures. That's important. And we do learn a lot from failures. And that's a start of thing. All the way from fatigue of both first and show. And especially on the central road crack. Professor Olsen already mentioned the CO2 central road crack for the unexpected phenomena for the type of application that we have for the unwanted technical pipes. So for anyone interested in structural integrity or having a special interest, I would highly recommend this comprehensive structural integrity publication. It's actually one from SciDirect as of here, and you have major review chapters on various subjects. So you can have pressure mechanics, fatigue, environmental degradation. And we volume 6. It's actually named environmental fatigue, but you have all inside. So you have hydrogen fatigue, hydrogen and railroads, a great chapter reviewed by Gainlaw, which we from Virginia. So this is I think it will be the best point of entry, and we have a lot of reference through all the review chapters. Sorry. how exactly do we apply structured testing in our daily basis? So we use fit for service document. The major ones are actually BS 7910. So it's the guide to method for assessing the acceptance of flaw in a metallic structure. So we talk about flaw array, the fracture mechanics, the behavior of a crack in a component, how it actually would it propagate and fail in a abrupt manner, or can we actually live with a crack or wait for the next inspection dated for 5 years from now? And another major documents will be the APIs 579 and also published together with the SCD document for service one. And those are the main documents that our group uses for business. And that's not only our group in Petrobras, we also have a lot of people in the refinery. And they are not only on fracture mechanics, we have a lot of guidance as well for other type of damage. So we have fatigue in general, the SN burst, we have brief analysis, local corrosion, general corrosion. So basically the best practice of the industry for guaranteeing safety operation of equipment. Okay. So, I'll probably make available the slides later on, and most of the pictures they will have links for the actual document or citation. Okay. So basically, coming back to fracture mechanics, we'll be the concept that whenever we have given welded equipment, we use a pressure vessel, pipeline, offshore structure. We could have flaws. Our capability of guaranteeing the sound well, doesn't exemptors for considering a flaw will be there. It's the limit of our non-destructive detecting capability of detection. So it's the probability of detection, the BOD that I mentioned here. So we will have a matching flaw that's directly related to the resolution of the entity technique. For definition, a general definition of fracture toughness, it will be a generic term for measure of resistance to extension of a crack. So given that we have a crack, will it grow on a stable area or stable growth with a stable crack growth rate, such as fatigue, structural cracking, development assisted cracking? Will it fail in a real manner? That's pretty much what we want to answer with fracture toughness definition. That will be interesting later on when we discuss what actually does fracture toughness means when we're in environmentally assisted cracking scenario. And one of the things, basically what we have applied in fracture mechanics approach design for the safe life design. So we consider a free of any type of flaw. And most of the, let's say, mechanical design was basically on yielding, so plastic collapse. We had stress in a structure compared to a material property. There will be the yield stress from the axial tensile desk. And once we consider the presence of the cracks, we go for a damage tolerant type. So we already have the damage, and we can have phenomena such as structural cracking or fatigue that can or we that can increase damage throughout the life of the component. As I mentioned, the learning from failures is something we've been doing for many centuries already, and through the 19th century, we had the great expansion of the industrial revolution and the building of railway networks. So this is the expansion of total length in kilometers for railway around the world, and this is the total number of quotations related to fatigue in the same age, so same technique. So we have a great jump of knowledge, a great leap of knowledge throughout the investigation of failures. And most of the mechanisms were not predicted at the design stage. So talk about fatigue, the type of transition, threat, corrosion, crack. Now talk about the type of transition, just to make a link with environmental assisted cracking. Real failure, mostly for paralytic steel, so be the next that we're going to use for line 5 for pressure vessels. It failed in a real manner. Mostly the most common reference that we have is when it's operating either at a low temperature where it would be That could be defined by Charpy test curve or fracture toughness test, scanning over the temperature range. Or it can actually be revealed either by core metallurgy or core verification or by other phenomena happening in the field. So this is an example for a pressure vessel during fantastic test. And this is actually one picture from the Liberty sheet, the classic case of brittle failure welding components in the hull of the ship. So usually for the brittle failure, we require three factors. So the crack like wall, basically a lack of fusion, lack of penetration, a welded joint. Like unsidable, even if you're only considering the residual stress, the side came from a brittle failure and low fracture toughness. And one of the things that I want to compare, so let's go back here. What we call brittle failure, what exactly do we mean? And because improvement appears all over the environmental spectrum. So what exactly are we talking about when say brittle failure? We're meaning low fracture toughness. It's an abrupt failure, it's an immediate failure. Examples from many scenario failures that we have done and all around the industry. Low alloy steels that will split cleavage at a lower shell. Super duplex stainless steel that have high single base fractures. Nuclear reactor pressure vessel steels under radiation brittle. So we actually have a shift of the type of brittle transition curve. And before we were operating at upper shell, few years later in operation, we can have actually lower shell cleavage brittle behavior in the same material after 5, 10, 15 years of operation. How the nuclear industry and our own refinery at the Petrobras do that? We have surveillance plates installed in the reactors. So for the nuclear reactor, we have actual plates that were there from the beginning of the operation of the reactor. And it will be subject to the same radiation from the reactor. So at the end of a campaign of 5 years, 10 years operation, they will take this plate, they will test it in Charpy or fracture toughness, and we'll try to evaluate how much the curve is actually shifted. The same goes for temporary brittle compound steels. They have high antibody to phosphorus and arsenic. They can have interferon or fracture synthesis, and real failure with low energy in our Charpy test. Some environmental specific tracking types, they do apply the term brittle in a more general sense. They mean that actually the failure can occur with applied stress significantly below those expected in air in an inert environment. So hydrogen brittle would be the most classic case there. But that doesn't mean that the bulk material is brittle. It only means that the phenomenon is actually the rate of a crack initiation that will be followed by subcritical crack growth until you have an abrupt failure that can take place with a final fracture toughness that will be similar to one that you measure in air or environment. That depends on the materials environment system. But generally speaking, we can consider for stress corrosion cracking, especially about the solution time, you're only working at activity. You're not actually building the whole material. So your final failure, you usually have it with final fracture toughness that's actually similar to the one we made. The condition of subcritical crack growth, mainly subcritical means that you're below the critical fracture toughness for an abrupt failure of your material. It's similar to what we have in fatigue. So we have the initiation of the crack, we have fatigue propagation, then we're going to fail much higher toughness. I brought some examples of basic approaches for fatigue analysis. So we have here the Bowler curves. So this actually is smooth specimen type of testing. And we can define a fatigue limit in some sort of material, not all of them. And one of the common fatigue is also, while testing from smooth specimens is highly dependent on the surface of state of the material or the specimen. So if you have a polished specimen, if you have 400 grade, 1200 grade writing of the specimen, you're gonna have different results in terms of the response from your material. Okay? This okay. So basically, this is very similar to what you showed with the defrac flow rate and the log for the delta K thread or the delta K. Sorry. This will be the stage one. This has dependent on the delta K threshold. So below a certain level of delta applied delta K, you have really low fatigue drag propagation. We could interpret the delta K threshold as a value of delta K, which requires a significant high amount of cycle for the crack to actually propagate in a measurable way. It may be difficult to establish the threshold in the lab, but usually what we do care most for fatigue propagation is the stage 2 that is covered by the Pare's law. And we also show some results simulating the Pare's law part of the curve. And what I'd like to draw attention for is the stage 3 final failure is what we call actually the fast fracture factor, governed by the fast fracture tokens. Here we have actually not the striations that we would typically see in some materials in stage 2, but actually here we start seeing a lot more of the microvoid molescence, the ductile crack growth at the end of the failure, or if you have a real material, even cleavage or a granular cracking. Okay. So as the same for I'll show you later, but as the same for fatigue, the end of your subcritical crack growth is mainly governed by biotoughness obtained with SNF. That won't be the rule, a rule for all systems of material and environment, but as a general approach is a good general approach. Okay. So, finding out actually with respect to pressure mechanics to deal with the mechanistic part of a failure in air, and also we'll talk later about environment. And we also discuss a little bit of that. We have a zone just ahead of the bracket that called fracture process zone, and everything that, let's say, linked to the fracture propagation would happen here. There is a micro cracks, sorry, or ductile microvoid coalescence will all happen here at the fracture process zone. What I mean to show is that actually the fracture process zone, the hydrostatic stress peak will be around 2 CTOD. That will be the crack tip open split ahead of the crack tip. But once you have hydrogen, we actually talking about the high deformation strain gradient ahead of the crack tip would actually govern the crack tip propagation. So you have a higher hydrogen concentration right directly at the crack tip, then ahead of it around 2 CTOD, a couple of millimeters ahead of it. So the main parameters that we use for fracture mechanics will be the K stress intensity vector. We also have the CTOD, the crack tip open split, J integral, and the J resistance curve. At the end, what we get from the structure is given a stress and a crack size from my NDT, we get a applied K, that will be the structure condition, and we compare that to the material fracture tokens. That's the basic philosophy for, let's say, fitness for service analysis in air or inert environment. The formulations seems to be, the Y is basically using the geometry. We will vary according to the geometry you study. But it seems a simple formulation, but it's actually what we have as the standard that I showed before. The API is 579, the BS 7910. At the end, for the final fracture fitness for service analysis, we commonly use the failure assessment diagram. So we have the horizontal axis below ratio. We're going to compare a reference stress with the material yield strength. So basically what we used to do, but the reference stress is already in account the presence of the crack. So we're actually comparing the remaining layer and the material yield strength against plastic columns. And the vertical axis is a comparison with a K applied and material pressure difference. So we're looking here for a real factor. In the middle here, between the axes, we actually have a failure system diagram envelope. There's a synergy happening between both phenomena. And we have mixed mode, real, corrector, and plastic colors. If an assessment point lies here below the envelope, we consider we are acceptable region. If we have an assessment point above the envelope, we consider we have an acceptable condition. We can try and change some of the conservatives out of the analysis, or we actually have to lower the stress, apply stress, the operation pressure. So one of the most basic concepts and the most critical concept of fractal mechanics is the similitude concept. The concept is actually implies that the fractal conditions are uniquely defined by simple order parameters such as the stress and spectrum K. So what it means that simple words, when I test in the lab, I can guarantee that's what's happening at the fractal real structure, so be it a pressure vessel or pipeline. Sometimes we don't have this actually in the lab, what's happening in the field, but we are pretty sure that what we can get in the lab is more conservative. So we're using deep frac specimens. We're using single edge notch bend specimens, such as this one, or compact tension specimens, such as that one. And those specimens, they are high constraint specimens with a deep frac. They give out more conservative values for fracture toughness. So when I'm going to evaluate a pipeline or a pressure vessel, I'll ensure that the fracture toughness values that I got are actually more conservative than I would expect in the real strength. This, I'll try to fast forward a little bit, but this actually, the similitude concept is the main issue that I see in fracture mechanics for environmental assisted fracture. We don't, we oftentimes do not achieve the actual environment that we have in the field. So it's hard to know when you're being conservative and when you're not, when you're dealing with fracture mechanics and structural fracture. This, most of the speakers already went through this. EHC is basically a name for a lot of different types of phenomena. Also, we already mentioned that to take out the stress, the material susceptibility, or the environment, use a barrier, a coating, to actually end the environmental defect there. These are all cases of failure events that we have done at the Petrobras. I won't go into much detail over those, but we have supermarket stainless steel, loyal steel, the cathodic protection, CO2, late failure of loyal steel, and even one case only lifetime beam of a liquid metal with a gas turbine axle. So this is actually structural refracting for chloride and stainless steel. This CO2 structural refracting appearance is highly rated at some points, similar to the one we get from chloride stainless steel. It is a highly integrated one in a more acidic oil steel. I actually want to bring it be more useful, not bringing specific scenarios, but a general view of the SEC has been available at the energy sector. From what we consider the most critical and what our R&D center ends up dealing more downhole subsea topside, also for transport and refinery, and I'll just touch some point on the energy transition, was already mentioned, the CCUS, the carbon capture, nuclear, solar, and wind. So for the refinery, I won't go into the details, but we do have a document that's really good document. It's API, recommended practice 571. And all highlighted here is the environmental assisted fracture phenomena. So we do have a lot of different types. We have ammonia, chloride, hydrogen vapor, for interested. For the wind turbines, actually already mentioned a little bit on the wind turbines. Wind turbines, let's say, starting to make a stronger movement in this sense. But globally, we do have a lot of offshore platforms with power facilities. One of the main issues, as mentioned, is the long period service with limited access for inspection or interventions. We have additional high humidity, salinity, low well, wetting times near sea level. So basically, especially in subtropical and tropical sea areas. As we haven't studied much yet, I don't think, from my point of view, okay, I don't think stress corrosion cracking and environmental cracking that critical, given that we have the knowledge to make a sound material selection. If we do have safety barriers such as code and we have many components in that turbine. If we have a system failure that exposes unsafe material to conditions of SEC, then probably we may have stress corrosion cracking. I think, and also it's already mentioned, I think, by Emilio, fatigue would be the main failure mechanism, and then ensure the aggravated conditions by corrosion. But we're still talking about corrosion fatigue as controlled by the ADN type of curve. We're not talking about static fractal in turbines. For solar, we're even farther away from the topic. So I'll just mention the high thermal rate, especially in concentrated solar power, and challenges with molten salt, as was already mentioned, and general thermal energy storage facility. For the carbon capture, from our standpoint, the centralized and looking for the structure of deck, we're mostly concerned for the transport of CO2 rich fluids that could be either dense phase or gas phase CO2. And we have a lot of impurity items and the risk of corrosion and material degradation due to those jet gas coming from these. So instead of only CO2, which was water vapors that we're accustomed, you can have SOX or NOx type of gas, jungle gas from the industry, and that would be a relevant issue for either general corrosion, localized corrosion, or even SEC. Also, another problem in terms of safety is the RS running the time factors. So it has proven to be more challenging than in natural gas pipeline. There's a CO2 safe pipe GIP run by NV that we're sitting drawing here. Probably have more information on that later on. For the nuclear power plants, I brought a little bit of curiosity. We do have a lot of computations on stress corrosion cracking for computer dynamics. And it's mainly involved austenitic elements, so austenitic semi-steels and nickel elements that are subject to stress corrosion cracking in primary water reactors. So we don't actually have that type of environment for oil and gas, but we do get a lot of knowledge from the approach to the nuclear industry to deal with this type of stress corrosion cracking. So they have a fractal strain-based model, and they also have a lot of simulations for the weld part and the welding procedures to try and minimize welding residual stresses around this type of, oftentimes with the similar welds. So we have actually austenitic welded on low LS2, and they have improved the welding procedures. So we actually use this type of best practice in the oil and gas industry as well. Another, just out of the general picture for the oil and gas, was the raw environment of the high temperature pre-fatigue behavior of IOI 617. Actually, that wasn't so far away from what we dealt in the past. About 10 years ago, we had a gas to later to say blue sky project. It was a bold project that wanted to transform CO2 and other synthesis gas into hydrocarbons. But instead of using a huge gas to liquid plant, they wanted to do it in a compact fashion. So one of the main reactors was actually a compact reactor of 617. And the main equivalent we had in the industry was the intermediate heat exchanger for the fourth generation of nuclear reactors. That's called a very high temperature nuclear reactor. It operates with helium. And the heat exchanger can be exposed to temperatures as high as 950 degrees C. So it's very high. And what we have is the phenomenon of creep fatigue. So we already have the creep and fatigue working together. And they show that depending on the environment and the contaminants on the environment, the oxidation plays a role to actually increase the free fatigue crack over. So I think one of the main challenges, sorry. One of the main challenges that we have now, and actually starting to address that, Petrobras, is the energy transition. So many of the speakers already mentioned the African transport pipeline. So what we have, I think, as the main issues, the pressure variation in pipelines, the great increase in fatigue crack flow rate. So I really show this picture similar to this one already. It's about 40 to 50 times higher than crack flow rate when you go from air to hydrogen. And the will to repurpose existing natural gas pipelines. So we actually look the lower cost alternative for hydrogen transport is getting actually older pipelines that are already installed that will operate with natural gas and convert to the even 100% hydrogen gas at really high pressure. So we're talking about 200, 300, even higher pressure on pure hydrogen. We recently joined the H5 GIP with DNV. So this has already had a phase one. We are now joining for phase two. So we involve a lot of mechanical testing. It's a big GIP with about more than 30 participants all throughout the industry. I guess all over. We also have main other operators and main suppliers either for pipe installation applications, it's a pipe and subsea 7 and pipe operators for this, the American Colorado. Well, for the downhole components, I'll try to address some of the figures that we have seen in the literature, not necessarily Petrobras, but for downhole components, we had hydrogen-induced stress cracking for precipitation of carbon alloys, aggressive brine solution for petrofluids that could be contaminated by CO2 and H2S, failures on our standard supermarket specific stainless steel, transient operations such as well acidizing, and production of fluid with high salinity and high CO2. This is some features of failures in casing hangers on precipitation of hardness, alloys. For the subsea equipment, one's pretty common, all that is in black is actually things that happen in the past, or maybe not predicted at the time, but we do have sufficient knowledge, or we're actually already studying. I try to highlight what we call new challenges that actually a little knowledge available in the literature or with industrial partners. So for subsea equipment, we have a lot of experience with hydrogen available for another protection. The use of sacrificial animals, so which material that was either out of standard or not known to be embroidered by cathodic protection. So we have low alloys, steel fastenings on manifolds, production lantern bays, blowout preventer, some big ones in the Gulf of Mexico. The steel rope welder joints, we have basically a low alloy steel, but with Inconel 625. We had failures in the Gulf of Mexico, the North Sea, from BP and Statoil and hydrogen stress on nickel alloy investments, mainly Inconel 718, and also hydrogen stress cracking on duplex and more than 6 stainless steel has been a major issue for Equinor Sea as well. For the rises in flow lines, we have we call the general quantification of a riser of a flow line will say fatigue, both air and environment, for flexible and rigid pipeline. We have the fatigue retro rate analysis for the rigid pipeline. The CO2 separate cracking for the flexible or main challenges. Mainly carbon steel, pipeline steel, the general material selected for rigid, for risers or rigid risers. So X65 and alloy 625 CRA And we have the basic qualification of all these materials for hydrogen stress cracking or sulfide stress cracking if they're involved in sour surface. So it's actually ongoing general knowledge of substitute. What we could consider as a new challenge that goes for not all well. We don't have high pressure, high temperature challenges the same way the Gulf of Mexico or onshore or Middle East high H2S level wells have. So our main challenge at Petrobras, as we saw from the new frontiers, are actually high CO2 pressure, high production pressure, high salinity of the production environment. And I'll say that one of the biggest challenges now is the concept of a subsea factory. Mainly bring everything that's in the top side of the platform or the most that we get down to the seafloor. So we're actually trying to get pumping equipment. We actually building pressure vessels to operate 2,000 meters of depth. So this is new. Subsea equipment is not a pressure vessel. Pumping equipment is usually only confined to the well and not all components. So this will be the next frontier, I guess, and put some pressure on material requirements for subsea equipment. So we may be driven for higher strength materials such as nickel, especially on nickel alloys or nickel alloys that are actually hardened by deformation and cold rolling. So, and the high CO2 pressures are, of course, one of the main challenges. For the top side, we have had baking issues on high strength capacitors. So it's actually hydrogen coming from the coating procedure that was not correctly baked and came to failure, and that was a higher connection. We had hydrogen induced cracking and sulfide stress cracking qualification for solar service. There's a general qualification for all equipment that we go through solar service. Duplex, super duplex equipment close to the top side is actually subject also to HEPA protection from the platform, so you can have hydrogen available. Chloride stress cracking on stainless steel platform was actually not a advanced issue, but other operators have had problems with chloride stress cracking for fasteners and hydrogen equipment for hardness stainless steel. One of our biggest new challenges will be fasteners for splash zone flange connection. It's actually a flange connection that can be either subsea, so it's actually facing hydrogen for the hub section, or it can be just above the sea level and at the splash zone, so you can have high temperature for the position of the overflow. And you can have, and we already have the flange connection or credit. So we have also a requirement of corrosion resistance material. And it needs to be high strength as well. So it needs to be a high strength material that withstands corrosion levels of the splash zone with a high chloride concentration in the splash zone, and also has to withstand hydrogen gravity. And we do have some advantage materials, but they're usually too expensive. And most of the nickel alloys, and we're running our R&D program on that, trying to select the best material. Regarding the transport, both for offshore and offshore, we have many scenarios with export gas with high H2S, concentrated H2S, and we have had data in the past with wet H2S power service for gas pipelines and oil pipelines. Internal fluid stress corrosion cracking, environmental assisted cracking is mainly due to H2S, so with supply stress crack. We do have external offshore SCC, so we the soil, actually the soil for the offshore pipeline, acting as the left one. And we have the near neutral pH, spectrum cracking, and the high pH spectrum cracking. We have a lot of material that coming from Canada. They were, let's say, the first to discover the stuff from Norway, and they have to build that at a large scale, and they produce a lot of accumulated knowledge on that. And we have had failures of this type at the program as well. So as a new challenge, of course, plays the hydrogen gas transport and the CCUS that I mentioned before. What I want to bring, we get out from the fracture mechanics approach, also replace the environment. We had a flaw, applied thread, fracture toughness. Now we have the environment. So if we want to simulate, we need to apply that the same environment we would expect in the field, the same rate of load application, the same conditions in general. And if we want to simplify our testing procedure, we need to actually have a deep knowledge of how exactly each parameter would affect the final result. So one of the most interesting things that I guess from the virtual testing is when we're considering erosion, you have a maker that can affect your practice and your testing. If we replace all that in a test matrix, that's quite a huge step. So virtual testing and beautiful, definitely actually not only for predictive behavior of computer, but actually planning a test matrix. So we actually plan your test matrix from your expectations from a model or a mechanistic modeling perspective. So in terms of the type of testing that can be run, we do have self-loaded samples. So we do this type of loaded samples, the blueprint that can be immersed in a solution or a test vessel. The dead weight of test, an autoclave that can close there. The most challenging type of test, I think, one direction that video is the type of test when you have your load frame leaving the test bed. So actually here you can see it very well, but this is a compact specimen test. You can use it for fractal rate experiment or fracture toughness. If you're testing at high pressure, 200 bars, and you have your load frame leaving your autoclave, you need to be quite sure of you're measuring the load correctly, you're actually measuring the correct load. You have a lot of instruments that you can place inside your test vessel, but they have to be resistant to the environment that you're testing. We've been running a lot of tests on LicoElements with sulfuric acid solution. That's pH around 1 for the load. So we have to have BCPD connections that withstand 30-day test with a pH of 1 around 1. So, this is basically the result that we will also show for the X42 there in hydrogen flame well air vessel. Oh, sorry, guys. Environment. So where we're talking about, and just as well. So we're talking about fatigue. We can have, let's say, a penalty on the rectal rate due to aggressive environment. That's kind of straightforward. You do the same analysis as you do for your design structure, but now we actually have a higher rectal rate that will lower your lifetime of your project. And we have a smaller acceptance criteria for the crack. When we're talking about subcritical crack load, static load, we call it. So we actually have constant load or constant K, or constant load or constant displacement. We have a threshold value, that's the K threshold or K1 SC. Below this level, K applied K, basically don't have any crack load. Above this, you're gonna have a decrease in your crack growth rate. And you have also stage 2 similar what you have in the Barrett's law approach. And we come for stage 3 that's actually governed by the air fracture toughness. So as I mentioned, the threshold fracture toughness, they can have many names depending on those scores in the literature. And at the end, you have a final fast fracture toughness. Just about one example from the literature was actually a low steel with a yield strength of 400 megapascal. So we actually have the crack velocity, so the crack growth rate. And stage one of the key threshold is around 20 megapascal square root meter. The final, let's say the final K, the final surface is around 120 megapascal square root meter, so 6 times higher. And it's not, this is the test was part. The test is run in natural seawater, 3.5 soluble chloride solution in still water. They're pretty much the same water. So we have actually a final test, final practice equipment that's 6 times higher than the threshold. It's not a material in brittle. The final pressure is actually similar to the air value that we would get for its level instances. That was correct. What is interesting to understand is that when we talk about environment in hydrogen, is once we consider that the material reaches 20 megapascals per meter, if I have a constant flow, such as in a pressure vessel or a line pipe, the crack will grow by itself. The driving force is actually a growing driving force all throughout the crack location if we're under constant flow. And we will reach failure, we have an ultimate failure if the material, if the K applied at the field is above 20. So that leads us to a sample crack size, just making a more comparison here. They'll be around 40 times smaller than the sample crack size we had for the air crack adjustment. So this is what we mean as environment in terms of environmental assisted cracking or stress corrosion cracking. Once we use this as our acceptance criteria for the crack fall side, for the fall side of the crack from the NDT inspection procedures, we're talking about a 40 times reduction in the sample fall side. So our final assessment diagram will look something like this. So we have the fracture toughness near here. And we only have one safe area that's below the P1 SCC, where we have no crack growth. Everything, all assessment points that lie above this line, they will actually grow until failure if you're under a constant flow, rising driving force behavior. So this is global the top. I would like to talk about the main challenge, so wrap up a little bit for the main challenge for PhD testing and also modeling part. Also, we bring back the modeling part later on. But we have a huge lack of specific and detailed stat standard for environmental crack. So they're not specific. They are kind of niche topics. So we have sulfide spread cracking. You're going to have some standards talking about sulfide spread cracking. We're going to have hydrogen gas. We still don't have any standard for salt testing that high pressure of hydrogen gas. So what we have in the literature for standards, ISO standards, British standard, ESPN, are pretty generic. They give generic advice on how to proceed with your test, and the general recommendation is try to simulate as good as possible the test environment, but they don't tell you how or how to measure a test, how to build up a machine or your test setup, run your test. So the similitude concept we already discussed. One of the interesting things, oftentimes if we're doing a hydrogen environment test, we want the sample to be charged in the same condition will be charged in the final environment. But where we're talking about austenitic alloys, that's kind of impossible. Hydrogen diffusion, austenitic alloys, is really slow. So at a lab, we cannot saturate a sample of microalloy unless we go to hydrogen gas and higher temperatures. And it's hard to mimic what we have in the field. Because in the field, let's say a tubing hanger failure or a casing hanger failure, in as a downhole component, a fastening failure, was controlling the failure and the microalloy material in the field. It's not exactly the hydrogen below, the hydrogen that they cracked it. So you don't need to separate microalloy material in the field to have your failure. It's actually the crack is controlling everything. But when we are testing at the lab, we want to simulate exactly that condition, the final hydrogen charging condition of 20 years life in the field. So we end up with transient testing. It's the worst kind of testing in Papa because each lab chooses the type of test, the run, the strain rate, the K rate, and what we get as a response is not our representation of what we have in the field, but we can try and use it as a range for ranking different analogs. We can say this one was tested earlier. We can build some knowledge of how actually the failure takes place, but we don't have exactly this the K threshold or the crack rate that we're going to use for a structure integrity analysis. So when we end up with transient testing, or we are simply unable to run correct simulation of what we have in the field, we end up just having a bad practice of alloy selection. So we have long test times or incubation period for differentiation. In 20 days, 30 days, 40 days, 10,000 hour tests. We have 3-year tests run by Sandia that actually never created a crack because of what should be said as a feature. We'll also have a lot of in the literature ex-situ testing. Is basically you charge a sample in hydrogen and then you're going to test it in air. That's not best practice. You need to test your sample always at your set environment. So that's the reality of your final application. Because at the end, you have hydrogen loss during your test and it's not fully represented. So information, that's part of it. Oh, the high temperature conditions will also affect all the test system setup and control. So it's also a big challenge. This curiosity is the next, as I mentioned, hydrogen transport is one of the next challenges. Emilio asked for the oxide scale, the mule scale, for the gas line pipes. You mentioned the use of contaminants, mainly oxygen, as a possibility to mitigate hydrogen available in line pipes. So the basic approach is that oxygen will speed surface height at the line pipe and will mitigate the entrance entry of hydrogen into the spill, the carbon spill. But that's also interesting from the standpoint of the lab test. If we do not guarantee that we have a high purity hydrogen setup, and we have any contamination whatsoever with oxygen in our lab test, we have non-conservative results from fatigue back growth and so if you run your tests in the wrong way, you can have 40 times lower fatigue back growth. So for the modeling and database, one kind of on the, let's say, experimental side of environmental acidic record. The slow strain rate test is basically an inside test run at a slower rate in the environment. Can we use it as a screening test? But we do see a lot of literature, people that run tests, they manage to improve the material, but it has no correlation whatsoever with the final application. So it is a pure rapid environment or a condition that will never be seen in the field. And that doesn't service in terms of circular integrity. I cannot use that data to actually give a line pipe operating or give a equipment in operation. So the fracture mechanics approach is the best approach in order to fit us with actual data that can be used to either rank material or actually the final use, run if it's for surface analysis or even at the design stage, have a full design based on damage, tolerance of damage. I think it's the last slide for the modeling. So the underlying environmental acidic fracture mechanistic phenomena, I'll just say a few words on that, be sure much nicer talk on all. The underlying mechanistic phenomena is often under current investigation. So we are oftentimes still requiring some good next steps in either the fundamental or principle modeling of the phenomena and surely require multi-physics, complex modeling approach, such as the one we showed that we have hydrogen sorting, diffusion, mechanical modeling, interaction with traps. So that's the multi-physics approach. Fitting of the test data with current models is actually feasible. So if we have a test data and we have a model that's rich in fitting parameters, we can, for a given test data fit the data to our model. So the big challenge is how can we extrapolate that for totally different conditions. So what we say, let's say we ran for an X65, can extrapolate that for an X62 vintage lifetime still that's been working 20 years. What kind of information from simple tests do I need to fit my model or extrapolate my model with sufficient confidence for this type of different peaks, scenarios, material specs? So testing laboratory structure is quite expensive. So we're talking high pressure, 60 inch for each class, or I think complex, really complex monitoring. So CPD facilities, such as one we do, especially when we talk about the low grade type of tests, so fatigue tests or tests with the low strength, low delivery. We talk about test frame long-term availability. So we're actually getting a test frame and using it solely for 2, 3, 4 tests around a year, and we still have the risk of losing the information if we have, say, a download power problem in the middle of the test, or anyone that has worked with Greek has a lot of experience with unfortunately losing a lot of tests. So test result reliability. So if we can guarantee repeatability and reproducibility, not challenge. Because the number of labs running this type of high level tests, hydrogen gas, high pressure, and high quality is quite small. So we don't have many raw models. We don't have many operation or training labs say that, okay, this is the best procedure. We're going to make it into a standard. Actually, we are currently discussing the next slow spring rate test standard for Nicoella. So they went and built that standard, but it's not actually up to, it's not sufficient, and actually use some hydrogen, and it ends up having safety issues. It's actually got a discussion in one of our R&D programs. So this is, I think, is the big next step. So for Europe, US, and Japan, hydrogen gas and energy transition has begun a few years back and has been given a lot of funding. And this is state-of-the-art testing for hydrogen and resin, because especially we're dealing with high pressure, of course, but we're dealing with lower yield strength material. So the video reveal it says higher strength material is more easily fitable to decohesion-based models and will have lower plasticity in front of the directive. So as we look for light pipe material, the type of testing and interpretation of the test results, and also the modeling part is much bigger challenge than it was for high strength material, low L steel used for pathway. So this thing we can work a little bit later on. It's very much. I have some extra slides. Thank you.
Thank you, Leah. Question?
I think at the beginning, you said having the kinds of business needed to explore the system. But the moment you read the law, they can change the information. I guess I'm thinking about it and how many I think you move along. You move the association with the doctor, the last the But the private developers will be able to use depending on some of the housing distribution and so on, which is, I guess. And I then what we do here, about pushing your things, we are really super concerned with this scenario, for like having this uniform, I mean, the maximum that we can get everywhere, or a risky scenario where you just with the uniform housing, it will be a lot of power in the past.
Sure, of course. In terms of the type of specimen that we use, we're still using the hybrid strain specimen. So we are going to use single edge band or the fragmentation specimen. But there has been a lot of work in the literature by other companies in terms of the SNP, the single edge type, that has been used for a while for the practice of this in NAIR for light pipes, especially for the installation and operation of light pipes offshore and onshore. But there's also been some work on solid surface testing with single edge andesite. And another line of work is the substitution of for casing, the way I like to for double hole. The basic test for sulfide stress cracking is double lettering CB. So there's a lot of discussion on whether this is fully representative of the type of behavior that are expected. You need a lot of samples, but it's much more simple to test than, let's say, a low grain type of test. But I know that NRS and Valrec has already studied for a couple of years the substitution of the BCB type of test for the single edge andesite, and even a simplified single edge andesite that will be fitted into a proof ring of sorts or a dead wave type of andesite test. And one of the ideas behind that is that the stress strain state for the single edge andesite is much more representative of what we have in the field for casing in the well. This is one of the, let's say, shaving some of the conservative out of the final test results. For DCB sulfide stress cracking, there has been some discussion for the solid surface. But one of the things I still owe you the further answer I'm going to give, but it's got it back. And it is right here. That's pretty much it. One of the discussions that we've had a couple of times, even with people at Sandia, John Barnett, it was City Heisman, and also Exodus, for solid service, for pipelines, and also for hydrogen gas. Sorry, I have a much better picture. That's pretty much, yeah, there you go. So, how exactly are they? How exactly are they testing? This is a low NOx2 in the hard protection static water. So this is JR curve. So the material has you need to supply increasing driving force in terms of load and J in order for the crack to extend via tearing the tile fracture when you're testing the air. When you're testing the environment, the curve is flat because basically you don't need to provide any extra driving force for the crack to grow. So the crack extension happens without any increments in terms of driving force. The difference oftentimes in the type of testing, the air curves is run at quasi-static fracture toughness test. So you can run for a couple of minutes, 20 minutes. And the actual environment curve can run for 5 days, 7 days, 30 days, because they're going to use a low J applied rate or K rate at the beginning of the test. For sulfur service in line pipes and also for hydrogen gas, the fracture toughness that they given for failure assessment diagram is coming from this type of test. The slow rising low type of test already in situ, already in environment, and they're using this fracture toughness value for the end of life to represent an end of life bulk material fracture toughness. We have discussed this already, and actually Ronovich mentioned that they saw some results shorten that with hydrogen from this, they actually show a decrease in energy. That is a high rate, low rotation rate. So that seems weird, but I also saw something similar from all these steels from steel. So still a core discussion. But I think the big concern would probably be here. If you use the correct toughness in there or not as penalized correct toughness value, you probably have a wise, critical lifetime calculation depending on of course on the fatigue correct rate. So this will be one of the answers. And the other one is patient. For also for the health service and the hydrogen gas, you usually work from the hydrogen coming from the inside of the pipe, and you have a gradient. You have a high hydrogen in the internal wall of your pipe, and you have zero hydrogen concentration at the outer wall. So one of the discussions is I'm only worried with internal cracks, and there will be high hydrogen. I'm worried also about embedded cracks, how the residual stress affected from the pipe application affect this type of failure sample. So this is another area for, let's say, trying to see can lower sort of the. If we go for external cracks, my welding procedure usually has external cracks, or my inspection will always gave out external cracks. Hydrogen concentration is quite low, so it would be a much more comfort concentration. Okay. And one last thing.
Presentation. You have shown me the picture of why I am wondering is that projection which part of the component we have measured you are talking about the structural component or the base or something. There are data in your story or
No, it's just originally relevant to that. Possibly. Haven't thought of looking into the idea. Yeah, is. But it can probably be one of the main figure record for the line itself, probably for some of the adjectives. If we have a corrosion ingredient as well, probably have ancillary competition. And regarding the secondary effect, we do have a sound material side for the whole, for the model 5. Supposedly, we don't have, we wouldn't have a secondary effect or hydrogen with. We probably will have a chain of environment, of the environment. So, what way we have a failure is we rely on barriers. If we select a field that is susceptible to hydrogen, but we rely on barrier filters to avoid the interaction in the environment material. Once this barrier is gone, we probably start popping out hydrogen. Okay, right next.
Mas aí você tá lá. Trabalhando na aqui, eu queria ter esse mesmo grau do curso de é nisso aí. Eu tenho um
Cheguei a assistir um
eu não paguei no meio da
a senhora está Vamos para lá mesmo.
Eu vi na internet os caras, aí serve. Não, não tem nada claro. É redação. Eu quero que estava muito claro. Ah, eu também que estava no meio da posição. Mas é verdade. Não é nem. Aí, o problema é quando eu chego a lâmpada dele não está fraca. Esse é esse corpo mais. O projetor não ajuda a sala bem. Ele passa uma verdade. Não dá para ele. Vou deixar a sua primeiro. Foi essa que eu quero primeiro. Eu vou deixar montado lá.
Oi, filho.
Ninguém se preocupa.
Ali.
Desculpe, André.
André, sim. Eu faço muito aí também. Eu pedi para abrir lá, porque lá tá fechado, né? E deixaram a lista de presença aqui, ó.
sua comissão. Tá? Obrigado.
Cara, eu queria ter uma final, né? Uma conseguir a produção da
Tu fica com o a força
começou a trabalhar para
ainda não, mais ou menos. Já desenvolvendo. É, o pessoal estava pensando também, acho que sim. Posso ver a divulgação da minha eu vou dizer,
Boa tarde, pessoal. Estamos recomeçando, depois de espero que a tarde seja mais suave, né? Eu fiquei aqui da sala. Faz parte. Bem, o próximo palestrante the next speaker is Dr. Alfredo Espe. He is a principal researcher at CONICET, Argentina. He received his PhD degree in computational fluid mechanics at the University of Rio de Janeiro. And Dr. West has held teaching positions at the National University of Litoral and Polytechnic University of Catalonia, Spain. His special fields are computational fluid mechanics, practical mechanics, mechanical and acoustical material design. Alfredo, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you. Okay, before I start this talk, I would like to thank the organizer for inviting me to give this presentation here in Rio. I am always delighted to visit Rio, not only for the sea and the landscape, but mainly for the lot of friends that I have got in the time I did my doctoral study here. So to me, I am very happy to visit Rio every time I come here. Well, I will start this talk. The title of this talk is Solving Effect Analysis in Problem of Propagating Drugs Interacting with Interface. I would like to remark that the basic problem here is to discuss about the problem of propagating cracking bodies which are interacting with interfaces. This phenomenon is a very basic mechanism that arises in a lot of problems, in a lot of applications in industry, in technical problems. That is the reason, because this problem was raised in a lot of studies in the past. There are a lot of work studying this problem from different points of view. In particular, we have studied this problem from one specific point of view that I will try to explain you. And we have taken some conclusions that can be compared with other approaches. Also, there are a second effect, the function induced by interfaces, the structural source, in the sense that lower might be increased to produce the fracture of a structure, induced just by the effect of interface. Well, this is the objective of this talk. Before I start, I would like to present to this, mention the name of the collaborator of the work. Javier Sabran is a student of our group. Our group is composed by Sebastián Toro, who is here in this room, Pablo Sánchez and Carlos Méndez. All of them are from CIMEC in Argentina. This is an institute of the National University of Litoral and CONICET. This work was also performed with the help of Fernando Duda. He's a professor from this program. He's one of the organizers of this. Even before I start with the talk, I would like to remark that just we have had with Fernando a long collaboration since at least more than 10 years ago that we are collaborating, typically in the development of thinking models applied for several solid mechanics problems. So we have initially we have developed some works in fractal and plasticity. We have also performed some previous work in hydrogen enrichment, which is the subject of this workshop. And so I will not be discussing about this topic, But on this topic, that was a posterior work that we have done with Fernando. And lastly, we have also made some contribution in the area of the numerical aspect of making model. This is, there were additional contribution with Fernando, something like the development of multi-scale model in the area of thermomechanic flow too. Well, okay, I return to the objective of this presentation. Again, I recall that we have tried to evaluate, to discuss the fracture resistance of problem with interface. And because this interface or the tone of the fracture resistance can be increased through the mechanism of crack propagation and yielding. This is a keyword for my presentation. This is the mechanism through which we can increase the toughness of a structure. And I will try to show the reason because this increment in the toughness happens. It is important now in the present because this effect of toughening can be exploited to design new material with the objective to enhance resistance design. It is a line at the present that take further interest in our community. Okay, the yielding mechanism is related closely to two different criteria by material type. One criterion can be expressed in the sense that crack in the body can occur through criterion governed by the strength, in the sense that what matter here are stresses, characteristic stresses in the body, and they are the define the criterion of initiation of calculation. There are alternative approach is the criterion of calculation governed by toughness. Typically, we have the toughness on the conventional relation with the energy factor of the nucleus, energy through this law here your model. Another objective is try to show that the use of high field models is adequate to simulate different, which is the objective of the present presentation. Considering that high field models typically have been historically based on this detail for the file. Okay, so then something else should be made in order to influence the possible existence of the kind of calculation in the crowd. In order to introduce the effect of the mechanism, which will be a description, mine introduced by Professor Ricci. This is an old description, more or less in 200, in the year 200, he presented something like this explanation. He has mentioned, he has discriminated the toughening mechanism in the body. Here is a body with a crack, which is propagating toward the right. He mentioned that the toughening mechanism can be classified in two kinds: the stringing mechanism, which are in the wake of the crack tips. Typically, he mentioned that when you have fiber bleaching is one mechanism of explicit toughening. The grain bleaching polycrystal might be, which are different, can be told as a different mechanism, limited to the intrinsic toughening, which are observed ahead of the crack, and they are typically governed by the mobility of the relocation, generation of foil, microbial, and coalescence, typically describing nucleic factor material. What matters for us in this talk is just the mechanism extrinsic mechanisms which are produced, in general, all the extrinsic mechanisms are produced by crack deflection and bleaching. And they are based, this mechanism is essentially a result of the effect induced by propagating cracks which interact with interface. This is the fundamental mechanism which gives rise to this kind of effect, and finally, which can be managed to increase the toughness of a structure. Okay? There are a lot of applications in the technique that use this mechanism of crack propagation interacting with nuclear. It is a very relevant mechanism. Typically, I have mentioned 3 cases. Here is cracking. This is in fact the problem that we have been motivated by, because we have a simulation of the cracking problem, and we have observed this mechanism that when an hydraulic cracking propagates through the rock and find natural crack, it is a typical example where you have a crack interacting with fracture. Natural fractures are very important in cracking problem because they help to generate a pattern of crack which is very complex, and it's just the result search in cracking. This is the objective of fracture the rock. Another kind of problem, which also have a lot of application, is fracture resistant in complex. Typically, in this kind of material, one have brittle material, such as ceramic, concrete, or epoxy, that can be toxinated by the addition of relatively brittle fibers, with the condition that the crack deflects when it reaches the brittle material. The objective is that the brittle fibers does not break when the crack impinges on the interface. The objective is that the crack deflects toward the interface. This is the mechanism for used typically for in composite to avoid the brittleness typical of the fibers which are strengthened in material. Okay. Another very interesting case where this problem arises is that the typical mechanism that was discussed in Sheffield was discussed in the previous talk. Is when it happens in the granular fracture versus transgranular one, is the competition between this mechanism versus this one. This is just the solution of the problem of interaction with fracture. Intergranular fracture is associated typically to the corrosion, as was explained by Emil in the previous speech. And then one thing that the effect of the corrosion, typically the hydrogen trapped on the interface of the grain boundary, decrease the fracture toughness of the interface. This is a typical mechanism. One say that also the transfer the grain, the fracture energy of the grain might be also one of the parameters. Then people are thinking that this relation is the main parameter which is governing the competition between transgranular or intergranular fracture. I will return to this slide when I advance in the discussion to revisit this criterion. I will show that this is not the only criterion taking place in the competition, even so it is not never the most important one. So, to understand the mechanism that I try to discuss, I sketch here the basic problem that we imagine always it is. We have a crack propagating in the body. The body have an interface which might separate two millions, maybe one or maybe two. Maybe that 2 millions are the same. Like for example, what happened in cracking. And the crack impinges on the interface. The phenomenon might be that the crack penetrates the interface or the crack deviates toward the interface. This is the basic mechanism that we try to understand and to understand which are the principal parameters governing the mechanics of this problem. Maybe that also an important effect is also if the crack deviates from toward the interface and the crack kink out of the interface. Imagine that you have a crack propagating on the interface of the polycrystal, and the crack for some cause might go through the grain and transform what was an intergranular fracture to a transgranular one. So this mechanism is also very important. And also in this talk I will not address specifically this problem. It is a very important problem. To understand the effect of Söderling in this problem, I show here a picture. In this picture, we have made the simulation of a problem. It's a very simple problem. It's a notched specimen. In the root of the notched specimen start to propagate the fracture, nucleate fracture, which interact with this interface. In our numerical simulation, the fracture deviates toward the interface. The important point is that we evaluate which is the force to produce this mechanism. We see that the propagation of the crack is observed at the lower level lower. When the crack deviates in this direction, the force that we need to put into the specimen increase. There are notable increase. The specimen display an increase of tone. We wonder why the crack does not prefer to continue propagating in this direction, penetrating the interface at the lower. This is the question. So, in fact, we have simulated the case in where the interface is artificially strengthened. We have increased the stress, the critical stress of the interface, and we have recovered the problem of the penetration, the crack penetrating interface, and we see that, in fact, the lower, the red curve is the solution, we see that the lower does not increase. Then, the answer for this question, can be interpreted in this slide. If we analyze, this is the finite element solution of the problem, just a moment before that the crack impinges on the interface. Here we display the deforming mesh, and we here analyze what is the close region ahead of the crack. Obviously, that the propagation of this crack is governed by a toughness impedance. So also we see the description of the stresses in this direction, and we see that there are a region governed by the K1 solution. This region is ahead of the crack, display high level of stress. These stresses might interact with the interface which is ahead of the crack, and might mean that, according to the parameters of the problem, the interface activates. The interface begins the process of opening. In that case, the interface is governed obviously by a strain criterion. So we have a mixture of criterion between a strain criterion government which govern the opening of the interface versus an atomic criterion which govern the propagation of the crack in the middle. The phenomenon that happened here can be explained more clearly in this graph. In this graph, we have plotted in red the principal stresses on the left part of the interface, just when the crack is impinging on the interface, and in black, we describe the principal stresses on the right part of the interface. Originally, both solutions are the same. However, when the interface begins the opening process, there are notorious decrease of the stresses on the right. This is produced by the opening of the interface. And it is the reason because it produces the effect of the token of the material. We understand the problem in this way. To understand better the competition between energy criterion versus strain criterion, I have taken relatively old paper from Le Guillon. The title of this paper is just Strain or Tone, a criterion for crack onset at the notch. This is a paper for 2002, and we have taken, it's very simple to analyze the competition between both criterion. The energy criterion is the conventional criterion of Griffith, where the energy rate being greater than the fracture energy is the criterion for the satisfaction of crack initiation. WUP here is the total potential energy, and S is the area of the crack. So, alternatively, the strain criterion is based on stresses. When the stress in some point of the ball is greater than the critical stress, the crack material. To choose a wrong criterion for determining the resistance of the structure leads to inconsistency. For example, if we have a bar, here a bar which has not any notch, we try to determine the critical stresses for failure. We consider S as the area of the bar and L is the length, and performing very simple evaluation of the increase of the total potential energy before and after the crack process, we can define which is the energy release of the problem, is the plot of the volume times the sigma A squared divided by the Young modulus, and this term should be greater than the factor energy times the area. This obviously we can determine here which are the critical stresses to break the bar. The problem is the length of the bar grows, then the critical stress goes down to zero. The inconsistency of using Thomas criterion when you have a bar, which is evidently not defined by this criterion. Alternatively, if you have a bar with a small notch and you use the strain criterion, it is very well known that the stresses in the crack tip are unbounded, and therefore, with lower, which go to zero, you produce stresses which are larger than the bigger stress. Therefore, again, we have an inconsistency. The problem for determining which criterion is that will govern the failure of the structure is managing even see in this test. This test is a notch with only the view here, the view, determining the angle of the notch. In this case, the structure display the vertex or the structure and the stresses around the vertex are described by this. This is an standard elastic analysis, and the circumferential stresses around the vertex are described by a law, which is typically a stress intensity factor, times a function of the angle theta, times the distance to the vertex r, with a potential law with lambda. The problem, the fundamental point here is lambda, the exponent of r, varies according to this graph, this is the elastic solution, where you see that depending on angle, lambda goes from 0.5 to 1. This means that when omega is almost 0, you have here a sharp crack, the vertex is the tip of the crack, then obviously we have here with lambda this value, you have the typical unbounded stress, which grows as r square r in the denominator of the expression, and therefore the obvious criterion for fracture, where omega goes to 0, is just the toughness criterion. This is very well known. Alternatively, if omega goes to 1, we have here a smooth surface, stresses are uniform, and therefore the obvious criterion here is a strength criterion. The problem is that when you have omega varying from 0 to p/2, you have a smooth transition. Then, in some point in the middle, it's not easy to detect which criterion to use. This happens also in a typical example that there is in the bibliography. This is a plate with a notch here and a hole here. When you know the structure here, you generate a crack is nucleated in the tip of the notch. The crack propagates toward intersect the hole, and after that, in the posterior increment of lower, a crack propagates in this point. The problem with this specimen is that when the crack nucleates in this position, it is typically equivalent to have this problem here. Then your problem is governed by the tone. Instead, in this position, it corresponds to this solution, and then the crack is governed by strength. So, typically, if you have a Felting model, for example, in this position, the critical stresses is not important. Therefore, the characteristic length of the phase field is not important in this point. Alternatively, when you come to this point, the critical stresses are what matter. Therefore, the characteristic length of the phase field plays a main role to determine the condition of nucleation in this point. As a conclusion, is that determining which of both criteria is what matters is difficult, it's challenging in different problems. And the fact is that the problem that we are analyzing in this talk is a combination of both criteria, strength versus toughness, I just commented in the previous slide. So, to understand this mechanism a bit more, of this mechanism, we have analyzed this plate. This plate is typically a composite of the fiber and substrate separated by an interface, typically the adhesion of the fiber with the interface. To simplify the problem, we assume that the material, fiber, and substrate in this case is identical. We have a dimensionality of the problem, and we only evaluate 4 parameters here. This is the tone of the wool material versus the toughness of the interface, and we have put into the analysis also the critical stresses, the wool critical stresses versus the interface critical stress. According to the numerical solution that we have performed, we can plot the result in this space. This space is defined by the relation between the toughness of the wool versus the interface. This is the axis, the vertical axis. And this axis is defined by the ratio between the critical stress in the wool versus the critical stress in the interface. We only are interested to discuss linear stuff. Forget this linear way. We only take attention to this series of results. This series of results which have been obtained numerically displayed in red solution where deflection has happened. In blue solution where penetration has happened. Every point which has on the left of this blue curve correspond to penetration. Alternatively, the points which are on the right correspond to deflection. This solution is very different from solutions that were obtained using purely energetic approach. That is, solutions we were obtained using the linear elastic vacuum mechanical approach. This solution, there are very well-known papers from He and Hutchinson, 1989, that they have performed a similar analysis that utilizing by using linear elastic vacuum mechanical approach. They have found, as a conclusion, that there exists an horizontal line here separating deflection versus penetration. Obviously, that our solution to numerical analysis is different, and conclusions are very different. In the sense that, for example, in our solution, there are no lower bounds between this ratio that guarantee penetration. This is a conclusion very different from the linear elastic vacuum mechanical approach, where penetration is guaranteed in all deflection. Also, we have found the conclusion that there is a lower bound in the ratio of sigma here. Below this ratio, we always will have penetration. And above this ratio, we can have deflection. This conclusion, again, if we go back to the original problem that I speak about the competition between intergranular versus granular structure, then we need to include additional parameters to understand if which is the mechanism, the resultant mechanism in this problem of polycrystal. So it is not sufficient to understand the ratio between the toughness, but it is even more important to introduce the critical stresses of either the grain as well as the interface of the grain boundary. Okay, that was our solution. In fact, it was not our solution. This was presented only by the paper of Parmigiani in 2007, but they used a different numerical approach. We have revisited the problem using Pfeffer model. In order to understand better the effect of toughening, we plot the same result but in other graph. Now we introduce in the vertical axis, we analyze the stress, the forces that are applied to the specimen to produce the graph propagation. These are adimensional support with some parameters we know. And in the horizontal axis, we maintain the ratio between energy. If we use again linear elastic fracture approach to calculate or to evaluate cognitive penetration, the current penetration in the interface, it is very easy to follow a simple evaluation here using the strain density factor that can be found in several standard books in the literature. Introducing the toughness of the material, we can find how the stresses, the load depends on this factor. This response, which is the solution for penetrating cracks, is the solution in red. Alternatively, if we consider that the crack deflects, then for the same analysis of A and Hutchinson, we can consider that the crack deflects towards the interface according to the solution, which is this solution in green. Therefore, observe, if we are on the left of the transition point, the lesser load is that which corresponds to penetration. Therefore, when we start to load in the specimen, it is expected that the penetration will happen at lower load than what happened in deflection. Alternatively, on the left part of the graph, deflection occurs at lower load than it will occur at the penetration solution. However, this is what is expected from linear elastic factor analysis. However, when we perform the numerical solution, we find rather different solution. We see here, the solution are from Stroman Parmigiani, but we have obtained a similar solution using again phase field model. What we see here is that in the transition point between penetration and deflection, the observed load are much higher than that expected in this point for the linear elastic fracture mechanics, for example. The linear fracture mechanics predict deflection in this point. However, according to the numerical solution, it is the transition point at much higher stress. This is a typical effect of the toggling of the stack. Okay? Solution coincide with linear elastic mechanic assumption far away from the transition point. In this region and in this region, the model became captured the solution of the linear elastic fracture mechanics solution. Okay, in order to, I will describe very briefly the numerical aspect of the model that we have used. I mentioned that Parmigiani, for example, had analyzed the problem using cohesive model with interface element. The problem with this technology is that, for example, if you should analyze the kinking of the crack out of the interface, the crack should follow the interface of the element. Then you will obtain a crack like a zigzag. And we know that the problem of the kinking of the crack out of the interface is very dependent. This is a classical solution. It's very dependent of the angle that forms the interface versus the crack. It is a very important variable. So, if you are artificially modifying the angle due to the numerical implementation, it is expected that the position of the kinking could vary a lot according to the mesh. That is one of the arguments that we understand that it is better to analyze the problem using phase field model, because in phase field model we can obtain solutions which are independent of the mesh. I show here the solution, a typical solution that we have obtained with our technology, and you see that it's very well independent of the mesh. So, a very brief description of the model that we have implemented consists of the following. In our model, the bulk of the material is represented by a phase field approach. Typically, the two parameters are the fracture energy and the characteristic length. And through this characteristic length, we can obtain the characteristic stress, the critical stress of the bulk. And in the interface, we have used a cohesive model, which is characterized by these two parameters, the critical energy of the interface and the critical stress of the interface. In this case, we can obtain these four parameters, this and this, which can characterize the response of the problem of interface, of the cracking interacting with the interface. An additional condition that we have imposed in our model is that the phase field and the microforce are continuous. This is the flux of the microforce is continuous across the interface. I would like to mention that there are several equivalent or similar phase field models for the Starling problem, but they don't use this boundary condition. So the effect to be expected is that when the interface de la numeric complexity, this is a boundary condition for the phase field. And it is known that when you have a boundary condition and you have the problem of phase field, the cracks intersecting the boundary condition is always orthogonal to the boundary condition. Okay? And we see that according to our continuity condition, the crack was not orthogonal to the interface. This is an important point that we believe that our model takes some advantage respect to the alternative one. Well, as conclusion, we can say that phase model are adequate approach for modeling this type of problem. The interaction using linear strength or thermal criteria appear with the condition that the phase model is enhanced with a critical stress parameter. This critical stress parameter can be obtained by assuming that the characteristic level of the phase model is a material parameter, not a model parameter. And this solution has been utilized in the literature a lot of time previously. Even we have used this approach in one of our papers where we have modeled fracture and plasticity. In plasticity, you have a characteristic stress, which is the yield stress of the material, and we have noted in that case that the characteristic stress of the phase field should be in the same order of magnitude that the yield stress in plasticity. Therefore, when you are modeling fracture and you are modeling using phase field model, then the characteristic length of the phase field model is not arbitrary. Never you need that the characteristic length go to zero, but the characteristic length should be adequate to the yield strength of the material. Okay, this condition in this paper of 2020, Bourdin and Frankfurt, typically the people who are originally developed the fracture, they have introduced an additional model to include just regulation function and driving force term in the expression of the regulation function and the driving force term. They have manipulated this term in the phase field model to incorporate multiple filing criterion steps. One thing is interesting to note here. This author, again, I repeat that Bourdin, Frankfurt, and Marigot, they are basically the person who had beginning to use a free model for fracture. They, in their paper, it is common to see that they have appealed to a minimization principle of energy to develop the phase model. However, in this last contribution, they don't use a formulation based on the minimization of energy. but they use a formulation based on Euler-Lagrange equation. This is a subtle difference. And I would like to remark that this condition was mentioned to us for Fernando Duda, which he said long time ago, says that formulation based on Euler-Lagrange equation are not flexible to introduce variation in the effective model. And in fact, we see that this person have appeared to this kind of formulation to introduce this generalization of the. We think that maybe using this way is more easy to introduce generalization of the effective model. Well, so this is the end of my speech.
Thank you, further questions?
Thank you. I actually have a lot of questions, but we will see each other later, so maybe I'll ask one or two in time amounts. I think the first one is just a quick thing. You show results, or you show sketches where the interface was inclined with respect to the crack, but the simulations were all for perpendicular crack approaching an interface that's perpendicular, or did you also the interface of the angle, the rotation angle? Both
Change.
When you have that nice figure where you summarize the results, the first one will show L divided by
I work at the lab. There was a photo here, but unfortunately, you cannot see. This lab is corrosion and non-destructive lab, and well, the corrosion non-destructive lab. This lab is at the corners of the island when you are just coming, going to the point of Sabe, going to out of the island, in a bigger map. So if you want to visit it, no problem, you are open to show the lab. You are working mainly with the problem related to the oil and the oil and gas industry, not only, but mainly. And I speak today too with new plans, new facility involve tests concerning proposal for the oil and gas industry. I'll show you very few results and some discussion. So if I am going to present a different subject, if you want to stop me, I ask that do that if it was possible or not. So thank you very much for this opportunity and the organizer. So asking him if you can, if you want, you can stop me. Okay, during the talk, because the talks will be different from another one. So no problem. So I speak, I read about some problems related to CO2 and hydrogen in high pressure and corrosion fatigue test. And the question that we start is to work in the pre-salt condition in very high pressure. The question is it possible or not to adapt the standard, or you are needing new standard, or you are needing new test? It means you can't use the methodology, you cannot to use the classical methodology that normally we propose for condition very far from the some general proposal for to study problems in atmospheric condition. You can use the test or not to solve the test material in this condition. I think that is the main question. Okay? In our opinion, we all thought that it was necessary to think, to try to study this new condition, to propose a new test. For instance, I started to show you I can try my computer.
Ele vai plugando o computador dele. Quem escolheu ele, né? Esquece os números. Depois eu. Então, isso. Eu vi aqueles caminhos, tirei um jogo, Ah, it's okay. Okay, here is the lab. This is the lab, the NDC. So the NDC is not the Oh, okay now. With LNC, it's one of the specific corrosion lab. This building, so when you are meeting, here is responsible saber, meeting the island, is labs. If you want to visit it, you can go there to get ready. Well, so I speak about this subject. And the idea is to discuss if it's necessary or not to have this there. So, I present you setup that was developed in our lab. That is my notion, is the only setup that allows to use the rotated disc electrode coupled in the autoclave that special rotated disc electrode, because with this setup you can work in different fashion, but you can also to introduce the perturbation in the velocity of this rotated disc electrode, so you can modulate the velocity. Why it's important to modulate the velocity? Because when you work in that state condition with the rotated disc electrode, you are able to obtain a state result. And if you want to understand a little bit more, the phenomenon occurring in an interface, in an electrochemical interface, you need to study the system under that state condition, but also in non-steady state condition. And this setup allows to introduce here a perturbation in steady state velocity of this electron. And if you are related with the process controlled by mass transport, and if you introduce a perturbation in rotate speed here, you have an answer in the current, but not in the steady state condition, in the non-steady state condition. So you have access to many information concerning the kinetic process that is occurring in the electrochemical reaction controlled by mass transport. Okay. So this was totally developed in our laboratory. And it's published in the Journal of Electrochemical Society this year. And I will discuss with you few results that were published. This is the hydrogen reaction in presence of H2S and CO2. And these two other papers. Okay, I'll show you a few results. The question is, when you are working in CO2 medium, the question is, the cathodic process is inactive solution, because this is an active solution. When you have CO2 dissolved in water, the cathodic solution is this one, but it's very often mentioned in the literature the possibility of this other cathodic solution. It means the no dissociation acid
can directly react in the interface with the electron and produce H2. So this is possible or not. If you are working only with that state measurement, it's very difficult to answer this question. But more than that, if you are working with the so-called support electrolyte, that means that in general, the CO2 solution only is a very heavy solution, so you normally add a so-called support electrolyte. It means sodium chloride or something like that. And you are assuming that this support electrolyte is not changing the electrochemical process itself. That is not always or quite never true. So it is necessary to try to change the thing and to study this problem in a different way. Here I can show you results, a review of the polarization curve, the cathodic polarization curve, obtaining different expressions. So here you can see variable of 900 RPM. And you can see that you have a electrochemical process here, not very influenced by the mass transport when it changes the rotation of the electron. And then you have a kind of threshold. You have a very high effect of mass transport. And here you have a control. Calculation for 110 and 309. Okay, in different frequencies. So I produce a calculation of these rotations. Or in this case, current will translate here function of this perturbation. Okay, so I'm obtain electrochemical result in a transient condition. So after that, change the frequency, for instance, produce this perturbation on Hz. I can produce in 1.1 Hz and so on. So for each frequency, I am perturbation in different kinds of processes that are working inside of this process that was only in here in the steady state. So the correlation of that is the so-called the electrohydrodynamic impedance. And you can see here, I have only one time constant. So there is only one process related with this reaction. When I put, for instance, some H2S in the system, you can see the polarization curve here, the cathodic polarization curve also, okay, because the minus here. You have two plateaus here. is totally different when I compare it with the previous one. It means this is CO2 and H2S. Before there was only CO2. So I had two reactions of hydrogen here. And it's confirmed that I have two possibilities. I have the possibility to have the hydrogen here from this reaction, or this one, depending on the pH, in our case it was this one, and this one. So I have two reactions. So the H2S is also possible to obtain hydrogen from the H2S reacting at the electrodes of the. So I have two sources of the H2S to deal with. And the way to interpret the effect of hydrogen in this reaction is not the same one in this reaction. And the electrohydrodynamic equation is confirmed. It means that I have two time constants, one time constant and second one time constant. So this is the approach that we have introduced to study a new phenomenon that is occurring in high pressure. So high pressure, new conditions, new setups. That's always our approach. Okay? This is also a new approach that we have developed to work only in CO2 to study the kinetic reaction. So we have developed a two parallel electrode because the CO2 water is a very resistive solution. So the main result is that you introduce a so-called electrolyte support electrolytes. It means something that will be able to increase, to decrease with resistivity, to increase the conductivity, but it supposes that this support electrolyte will not change the kinetic. And that is not always true. So we have developed it inside an autoclave. This is published in Corrosion Science this year, and very happy because it's a very specific subject. I speak a little bit more concerning fracture and the fatigue corrosion. It's just important to see that I have the same kinetic in presence of CO2. And when CO2 is only the unique ion present in the solution, in dissolved CO2, and the presence of chloride. So it means that the CO2 is not acting directly over the electrodes of phase. CO2 is only increasing the kinetic process of the reaction of the hydrogen. Well, let's move for talk more related with the subject here is the fatigue crack rate techniques that have developed to study environments on the low and high pressure. The main idea, as it said, was to develop a new technique that could be able to study the oh, sorry, I'm very happy. That we be able to study the DEN. It means what is A? A is the crack. This is the sample. We introduce a small crack here, and we study the propagation of this crack using a circular charge, and you monitoring the velocity, the change of this crack length in function of the number of cycles. Okay? So we study the velocity of the propagation of this crack through the material. So the crack length needs to be monitored in function of the load. And the load is applied directly on this specimen. Normally, to control the load, you use a load cell. Okay? This is the classical setup. So we pose a cycle charge over sample here. You monitor the increase of the function of the cycle, and the charge is monitored by the load cell. The question is, when you are loading the air without an autoclave, no problem at all. Okay? You monitor the load here. Okay? And we pose a charge, a simple charge here, monitoring the load. Perfect. The problem is when you are working very high pressure, you need to seal your autoclave yourself. When you are doing it, first point, you have a force here that is trying to push everything outside the autoclave. The load cell is very useful. Another point, the force that you are introducing is not only applied of your specimen, but is also applied in your steering system. The friction force is very high, as high as the pressure that you are using here. If you are working very high pressure, you need a very special size system. So the friction force here is very, very high. So the question is, you can use the same setup that you was using here to monitor, immersion, things when you are working in a vessel like this one. Yes, no, because it will be wrong. Your measurement will be not correct. Why? Because the load of the specimen will be not the only load that you will measure by this load cell. And this is a very old problem that was already mentioned in this year by this author. But it is quite not used this information because the classical equipment that you can buy in all industry that propose to sell you this equipment is the setup is the one. You load cell here and you can use it. Now, some equipment is proposing a mathematical equation to correct this question. And you see that this mathematical equation is not correct anything. Okay. The first idea, when we start to deal with this problem, the first idea was to work with a very small load cell and to put it inside the autoclave. Okay? To work with a small and put here inside it. So this problem will be solved and measure directly below. You spend at least quite 12 months trying to do it. The problem with that is that when you put this small cell inside it, you need to isolate it. It's a very good system because you are working with a very aggressive solution and you can do it outside. But when you put this system inside the autoclave, you test all of electrical contact. So you need to isolate it. So you need to isolate it inside the autoclave. And that is a very difficult task. Because you have a lot of problems and it was never possible to work with this small cell inside the autoclave. The autoclave is a very small shower in general, and it's difficult manipulation that inside the autoclave to isolate it in a very good way, very, very difficult. So you spend a lot of time trying to solve this problem by this way, but it was not possible. So the idea was the following. We developed a system. This was already used a kind of complex technique in which a backface 28 was put inside in this region of the specimen. But with that, you can measure everything in the air. When you put this system inside the autoclave, to measure the current propagation here, the problem related with the charge is not solved. So I have the same problem. And the solution was to work with a load cell inside the autoclave. Okay? And it was impossible. We have tried by different ways. So the idea was to put something the same way here and here, and to use this sample as a load cell. So you have transformed the sample itself in a load cell. So I don't need any more the example of the cell because my sample we work as our load cell. Okay? Is it clear? If not, you can stop me, no problem. So this sample now, this specimen is a load cell. And you have to develop a numerical calculation to try to see in which region here to be better to put the same weight. I will not show the details because it will be a little bit boring, but you can see in this paper that is published in the Corrosion, Nates Corrosion, the journal, not the Congress. And this one is the fracture mechanical, engineer fracture mechanical volume. So the detail of the development of this is feasible to work like a load cell, you can find in this two papers. I show you that the system, the old system is this one. Here is a equipment that was totally constructed in our lab. And this autoclave also, everything here was constructed in our lab. And the problem, as I told you, the first one is the force that is pushing everything outside the autoclave. For 600 bar, for instance, this force is this one. So it's very, very high. So, from the control point of view, to work with that is not very, very easy. So you develop the chamber, this one, that is totally covered with the autoclave is like vessel here. And inside the chamber, you have a very high diameter here, and time on this one. So here you have, for instance, 26 to 206 for diameter, and with a very small pressure here, you are able to compensate this point. So you have something partially received in this direction, and you have the contraction here. When you are cycling, this force is also changing, but that can be minimized, work with a very hard volume of solution. So this is coupled direct to a very high chamber, in which this pressure is quite constant, and you are able to compensate this force. Concerning the load cell, this sample will be the load cell. Okay, so this is the sample with the three sensor on here and then two over here. And now you can work with this instrument and compare the measurement of the charge inside of the autoclave with the external load cell. Is it clear? Okay, the idea? As I said, everything was constructed in our lab. Okay. I show you some results. I have here show you the result for this charge, this three charge, okay, and in frequency of 4.25 Hertz, and different text. This one without question, and after that we introduce questions without that. This is showing that our system was working, well working, right? Because when I measure without question, I have the same result with the external load and with the our system. Okay? So the sample, the specimen inside the autoclave, used as used to measure the charge is measured correctly because it's giving the same result of the load cell. Okay? But when I close the autoclave and I start to increase the pressure, I have some surprise. For instance, here is the E4. Before I have the 8,000. I have no question, but the autoclave is closed. It's already enough to see a small difference between the load cell and the charge. Okay? In the blue is the friction. When I increase the pressure, for instance, here, quite 200, okay? P6. Here is the charge measured by the load cell, the charge measured by our system. And here is the friction force. So below the cell is measuring something in between the friction and the sample, the assessing. And you can have the situation in which below the cell is measuring only the friction. The real charge is here. Here. And this one and this one, the difference is that you have a compensation. This one and this one, 4 and 7. You have the compensation of the chamber. So you have using the compensation of the force that is pushing everything across side and the outside. You can see that this force is also introduced an error in difference between the charge that was measured by the local cell and charge that was measured by the sample, especially inside the outside. So when you are measuring fatigue, corrosion fatigue inside an autoclave in a high pressure, use a external load cell, probably depending on your pressure, your measurement is completely wrong. This is a very good system for the air fatigue, but not for pressure in a so high pressure value. The measurements are not correct. So it was absolutely necessary to work with a new system like this one. And more than that, the commercial equipment proposed to solve this problem by software. It means we correct the results. After obtaining the result, they have a mathematical equation to correct the friction force. It's not possible. Why? Because the friction force is not constant. It changes with time. It changes with the frequency. So I cannot correct it as a constant error. This error depends on the time. And our system to study corrosion fatigue effect is during at least 3-4 months. So we cannot correct it during 3 or 4 months because it change a lot. So the mathematical correction cannot be used. The solution is not in a posteriori correction, in a vertical correction line. So, when you are using a pressure vessel, the load cell, charge that is measured by the load cell is totally different from the charge measured by the sample, by the specimen itself. When I transform the specimen cell in a load cell, the charge and the energy is completely different from the charge measured by the external cell. The so-called safety factor, that is the mathematical equation used, is not a very recommended solution because this mathematical equation is not able to take into account this kind of change during the time. the way that you are using in our lab is to transform the sample, this specimen, in a load cell. Okay? So all measurement concerning the fatigue corrosion in our laboratory is using the sample itself and a load cell. You can have here an idea of the error. So I'm not asking the measurement is completely wrong. Well, let's speak a little about the so-called DCPD. This is a classical system normally used to measure this kind of curve, to measure the current propagation. In general, you use a DC or something else. Related to DC, you can have some juicy current also. Introduce it in sample or specimen, and you can measure the ohmic drop here. So you can establish a relationship between this ohmic drop and the crack length. Is it correct? Yes, it is correct. Is it correct if you are working in the air? Because when you put a solution, an electrochemical solution here, this current can play a role in the electrochemical process. So the final result, as discussion in this further, when you use the potential drop, it's necessary to be assured that the electrochemical effect that can affect the increase of the in function of the delta key is not occurring, because the electrochemical effects will accelerate or can retard the crack propagation, crack down. You never use this technique in electrolyte because we always think that this influence will be very important. But the literature use a lot. That is a more popular technique used to measure the crack propagation. But if you are using this technique, if you are using this technique in the air condition, no problem at all. But when you put an electrochemical solution here, it's difficult to think that the electrochemical process will not influence this current will not influence the propagation. Okay. And here you have two problems. If you use an internal cell in high pressure, you have this problem and the problem of the internal cell. But let us assume that the problem of the external cell could be solved. You never see an analysis of that showing if this current was not influencing this process. Now, with the system that you have developed, it was possible to verify it. So I will show you the same result in which you have the credit propagation we are representative of the credit propagation, and the same at the same time you have used the introduction of the currents. You see, the current is different. It means that the credit propagation is influenced by the current introduction to measure the credit propagation. So here, the problem of the experiment cell was solved because we are using the battery itself as a load cell. So here you can see the representativity, and here you can see the result of the crack propagation higher than this one, or in this case, lower than this one. Exactly that was mentioned in the figure. Depending on the electrochemical system, the propagation can be accelerated or can be retarded. So, these results were not yet published. I think that we will have few problems to publish by contradiction the main results published in the literature, because the main result are obtained by this way or this way. Even if I am not speaking of the problem related with the internal load cell. But the main proposal, the main idea here with that and with the other subject that I will speak about is to show you that when you are dealing with a new problem, like the problem related with the oil and gas here in Brazil, with very high threshold, okay? Before to go directly to using the normal things that are proposing to study the problem, you need to try to see if it is possible not to be using in this new situation, this new challenge. And I have shown you some problems in which if I go directly using the classical electrochemical or methodology proposed, I can have a lot of wrong results. Okay? Some questions on point in the discussion? Yes.
For your presentation, I'd like to ask you, because you put some strain gauges and with vessel and high pressure, it should then you sell it to be calibrated outside. How could you solve it? Because we put inside.
Well, everything is isolated, and as I told you, this result, the methodology is already published. Okay? It's published in the corrosion and in the crack mechanical engineer. I didn't see here, I didn't show here the details. But the first of thing, we have developed a numerical analysis of the position very good. Yeah. Yeah. You have to go back to numeric analysis or to the position of this strain gauge, okay? This position was studied by numerical analysis. And this strain gauge was all strain gauges were isolated, okay? Not to detect the influence of depression. And how to do it? We have to measure different, have to develop different number of strain gauges here, compare one with another one in different expression, different statements of the isolation, so on and so on. Okay, to be sure that we were measuring the things correctly. Okay, I won't give the details of that and will not show it, but it's published here and here. Okay, but the way to be sure that it was working is this result here. This result shows that everything was working because I am measuring the same value of our system. E is our system, okay? And L is below the cell, the terminal of the cell. And we are measuring the same thing, the same value, okay?
The change in the electrochemical reaction. So some people capture some the chance that we cannot see
In this system, using this system, at this moment, the effort was only to develop this system, not to understand very deeply the results. Okay, was to be sure that you are measuring something correctly. Okay, was the development of the setup of the system. Okay.
Yeah, thank you for your talk. One comment first. I've seen once a load cell inside of the vessel at the TW Drive was the institute in Cambridge. I've seen I don't know how they manage, but I do have a load cell inside of the vessel. It's quite a big vessel, so maybe that explains why. And then my question is, so I completely agree with you, and I'm sure some results, but usually I thought the correction that the commercial software was doing was not just subtracting a baseline, but this kind of compliance corrections are depending on the load, on the displacement, so it will depend as well on the history and the time. And the reason why I always thought it was fine is because when you do hydrogen fatigue tests, if you charge the south pole, if you take a material that has low diffusivity and you charge it prior to the experiment and you test in air, you get roughly the same result as if you charge at high pressure with equivalent concentration. So then the error cannot be that big once you apply the cathodic, of course, bigger or smaller.
It depends on the system. Some systems can do it a lot. In our case, it was possible because I wrote with very hard pressure. But the same case we can do. Concerning the mathematical calculation, well, the commercial equipment, okay, that I know the mathematical response. Okay, it's not adapted that as you said. And I don't know, I'm not saying that it is impossible. I'm saying that I don't know. Okay, how to calculate this change of the friction force with time during 3 months or 4 months to put this as input of your mathematical calculation.
Speaking of the typical compliant correction, they always do as a function of displacement and load.
But if you have a compliant correction, you not need to correct anything.
Yeah, exactly. So once you apply the compliant correction, then you remove that effect of correction.
Compliant correction, you not need to correct anything.
But I'm thinking without the strain launches. That's what I think. And then maybe another question. I guess you're doing a finite element model to reverse engineer what is the load associated with those strain gauge measurements. There, wouldn't you have an effect of friction as well of the beads with the sample? Or maybe this one is very small, because that one. Yeah, I agree.
So involved, the friction is the theory of your lesson.
So then you're gonna take it as constant. Thank you.
Well, here is another signal that I can show you. This is concerning the hydrogen diffusion, the hydrogen effect in material. We have developed this signal because we like try to study different of the mechanical factor and the mechanical problem introduced by hydrogen. So, we have developed this low rate, and finish the cargo and do the terminal, tá? Work with a low rate system, and inside the sample have introduced a small hole or a small chamber here. In which it was possible to introduce a small cathodic protection here, or to test an additive solution like CO2 and H2S. And it was possible to work with the sample as a Levana cell. So you can produce hydrogen inside the sample. This hydrogen is diffused through the wall of the sample, and you oxide the hydrogen here. So measuring the hydrogen here, the oxidation, you can know the transport of the hydrogen inside the material, and you can measure by the classical way, okay, the hydrogen that was inside the material. But with this kind of setup, you can do it without charge, and you can do it during the formation of the sample. You can stop the deformation, you can continue the deformation, so you can separate the difference of the hydrogen and the difference of the effect of the formation. That was the idea. So here is the setup that we have to introduce the hydrogen here, the CO2 and so on, different expression. Here is the result to show the classical effect of hydrogen. For instance, this is the same result in nitrogen and the presence of the H2S. Okay? Here result the presence of nitrogen, then the presence of H2S. So the different structure. And the permeation in different level of deformation. So you can stop the deformation to 25 for instance, and to perform at the same time the hydrogen permeation. So it's that you can separate the influence of mechanical problem and the hydrogen. You can study the two problems together, one problem or another problem. This is a PhD that is progress in our laboratory. And just to show you, to finish, without loading and loading the diffusion coefficient that was measured. So this load is a dynamic load. So the load is increasing during the process. So it will be possible to define the effect of hydrogen and the mechanical effects. That was the idea. Well, just to finish, I think at the beginning, it means that when I have a new problem, we think that you need to try to have new tests to give you that is, I think, is the message that I would like to invite you to. Thank you very much for your time. You have a question? Let me have.
It's not like thank you again. Now, I will invite the next speaker, Rodrigo Landim. Rodrigo Landim received the Bachelor's degree in Mechanical Engineering from SAPEC, and his Bachelor's degree in Mechanical Engineering from Congo. He's a PhD candidate in Mechanical Engineering. And he has experience in water engines and business technology. I've been around mechanics. A lot of mechanics in environment among others. Depois da palestra dele, aí a gente faz coffee break, aí a gente faz bate-papo final, tá? Eu resolvi inverter para toda hora.
Depois bate um papo no podcast, né? So, thanks, Professor Luda, for this introduction and for everyone that is here at the time here for to see the presentation. So, my presentation will talk about the view of digital technologies as tool for studying stress corrosion crack. At the beginning, just to talk a little bit about the National Institute of Technology, where I came from and where I stayed for the last 15 years. So, we are located at the downtown in Rio de Janeiro, close to the area of the museums, in the museum area. And the National Institute of Technology is linked to Ministry of Science and Technology and working with the researchers and to develop the transference of technology, develop inside the universities to the companies and find the industry. So the INT has 23 laboratories in different areas. We work in the principal areas that we work. The main areas are catalysis, corrosion, that where we work, and bioprocessing, the products, materials, material engineering, renewable energies, and the energy efficiency. Evaluation process, liquid manufacturing, and the others. The laboratory where I work is the laboratory of stress corrosion cracking. The name is Laboratory of Stress corrosion cracking H2SC2 in H2S because when beginning the laboratory, it was the main problem that the main issue that we investigated for stress corrosion is H2S. So we use support for research and development and innovation. The main areas are the oil and gas, chemical, and petrochemical. These are our staff. We are working in collaboration with different institutes and universities, like here, like Jonathan. And inside the ANT has some, at least 3 laboratories that we have more proximity, that are close. There are LAMAP, when we work with degradation and stress corrosion degradation with polymers, LACPM for metallic materials, and Senano is a center of nanotechnology that where we have some special microscopes like PN, FIG, and the others like that. HOS simulator, the Fox simulator such conditions more for oil and gas industry, but for other industries also, and our capabilities to explore inclusive increments up to 70 megapascal and 300 degrees Celsius. Our actual skills are in there. We have here chemistry, physical metallurgy, fluid mechanics, and quantum mechanics. We work in corrosion in set conditions, in flow conditions, and in dynamic and cyclicity spread. And some development skills that we are working at this moment to increase inside INT Institute, multi-simulation, corrosion management, and formation of test stations. Here is some of the neighbors where we work, and some of the machines that we have. We have other than beyond that, but these are for high capability. Here we have several machines, mechanic machines for up to 300 kilonewtons the price. And here some hydraulic machines that we work to develop the corrosion fatigue pads in SEM, control the strain or control the stress, and the crack propagation also. For stress corrosion cracking and others like solid state corrosion, corrosion by HOS or CO2, alkaline, corrosion prevention, some failure analysis, material selection, pollution degradation, normally when have presence of CO2 or HOS, and the integrity of plasma. Some of areas where we work at this time, oil and gas, mining, steel work, manufacturing, and some renewable energies. Here is just some motivation to talk about. Normally, when we look for different reference, we saw this change a little bit and sometimes change a lot. But in our case, we always see fatigue and corrosion fatigue performing high impact in phases around those both are for oil and gas industry, but it's really common to find that. And at the same time, the stress corrosion and hydrogen breakdown outperform whole issue. Some conventional tools apply to corrosion. Normally, we see some of them applying to corrosion management and more for corrosion protection. And for stress corrosion or crack propagation, it's not so common. These are a big challenge, and people are developing this moment. But having not so much papers published at this time is like the state of the art. When I talk about corrosion management, we see a lot about artificial intelligence, machine learning, and the use of digital twins to perform corrosion management. And these issues, when we see by the next website, we can find that they found at least $65 billion of loss, financial loss just in the US. And the corrosion management, considering the cases that we comment before, like the digital twins and helping to reduce presentation, can reduce the impact in about 15 to 30%. At the same time, can reduce the number of small and full scale. The development of big metrics like the design of experience. Normally, when you have a lot of variables, it's common that we need to perform a lot of tests. But some of those tests, maybe we can reduce just with performing and with some computational tools and apply some of these digital technologies. And today we already have a lot of multi problems already inside console and the compliant. That those are some of the software that we use as computational tool inside AMD, but there are others that also can perform multi simulation. Here talking a little bit about the stress corrosion cracking in hydrogen bitumen, it's common we always see these three main areas: mechanical or electrochemical, metallurgical, and mechanical effects. But we must remember that corrosion is a time-dependent problem, and at this case, time reported on the issues and stress corrosion cracking also. This is a picture to show the common cracks for SCC, in this case for Martin System field. As talked before, time is a big issue, and when we talk about corrosion, we have two mechanical driving forces. One, when we don't consider that you have any cracks, just have a smooth spasm, and the mechanical driving force would be just the stress. Mode one would be the tensile stress, and when we have some cracking, the crack already exists, the driving force would be the stress tensor. And here, why I look for this practice here, because when we have high applied stress, just consider that this metallurgical and chemical effects, we are just with the same elements for the beginning, and consider just the time and the chemical effects for same metallurgical and chemical parameter. We perform a curve like that. We increase the tensile load, the tensile stress, probably will take less time to go against spasms. And when we perform a higher, a longer test, we will find the limit, the endurance for the stress limit for any major intensity requirement. Here's an alternative with a smoke spasm that we commonly use to achieve corrosion hydrants and perform those tests. And here, just remember, and we came back for the previous presentation. Here we have two cases, common case that we found the crack propagation in resistant cracking. And here the same, when we become slower than this, we see, and the K1 threshold, we have no propagation. And what is this, the main objective of corrosion means is, for such corrosion cracking will be avoid cracks. And how can I avoid those cracks? Just come back here, find working with K1 is lower than this, and with tensor stress applied lower than that. Therefore, when we think about the short cracks, or when we have a hole inside a storage tank, for example, point of the gas inlet or outlet, it is common that the design of the storage tank or the pipe had designed for 70% of the strength or something like that. But when for just a small hole, independent of the size, the stress just at the peak or here, this point would be almost 3 times the value from the nominal stress. So, and when we have an electrical hole or something like that that was more sharper, this stress concentration can increase a lot. Value is really big. So when I talk about shock cracks, we cannot just talk about P1 and about the stress limit. We must consider these effects for the holes, for the electrical holes, or any other thing that changes the stress gradient having of this effect or this curve or whatever we want. And why you consider in this point? When we have just a crack, the stress factor formulation is in this case for electric plate, we have this simple structure. When we have a free surface, we must consider this effect also. And when we have a complete geometry, we must consider the effect of this complete geometry. But when we have much, the common standards suggest the K1 factor just for large cracks. Do not consider short cracks. And this effect for short cracks, normally we can simulate it, consider the stress gradient ahead of the notches. And in this case, here I recall that internally. Now, considering these two cases, what we have here, we have an point that we don't have cracks, so the crack is zero side, and here a point when we are already having a long crack. So the government here is just the K1, and here is just the stress limit. And when we import this, is like Kitagawa Takahashi diagram. This is already used for fatigue a lot, but for stress corrosion, this has been introduced just a few years ago, and we keep working on it. And here is our next small example. When we consider this short crack effect, what have we here? If that equation consider this stress gradient effect, go down of the formulation with the K1 we showed in the stress limit, these two parameters, and they go down of this part, the crack will propagate continuously. Sorry, if this applied, the K1 was higher than the threshold and the stress limit, we propagate continuously. But if I have just this curve or something like that, here is a point that the crack will stop. Why this happens? Because the stress gradient ahead of the crack can be so fast, can decrease so fast that the crack will stop. Normally, it is easy to find in localized corrosion. We have some tests after in Martesic solidity that we can perform and simulate some defects like that. And the cracks always start because we had stress highest than the stress discharge limited, but the crack always propagate because the stress gradient ahead of the notch decreases very fast. But if I have any reason that happened, for example, like the propagation of localized corrosion, like that allows the nucleate another crack, but this time within a larger than the previous. What happens? This crack will propagate to the failure, the total failure. And this must be considered. In some cases, when we have this point, we have just 1 point because that the crack will stop and not propagate. But at the same case, if you had just a small issue that's becoming that, for example, once this crack and start a new one, this new one when it starts to just work for a while, you already propagate. So we say this, we consider some like this one. Here are some examples. In this case, for H2S, having a smooth specimen, and here with H2S, and here produced to the contact with the gas. And here another system, a system that you developed just to apply constant load, and you use a ship system. So at this case, we had the strain gauge and a system to apply load to keep if it decrease the loads, the load will be completed by the downside. And here we choose it in a specific condition to at this first test to find a large short crack. And the short cracks are really close to the measurement previously. Here another case that I talked previously, and here with superconducting chromium in solution, stage 4, and 25% of H2S. If you saw it's a condition at native standard, you saw that probably this pattern will always break, and it is not allowed to work with H2S never. But when we perform and consider, we apply twice the stress limit at the notch hoods, but we designed the notch to perform like that. Here we use two different methods to model. modeling this condition, and one analytical form that's it's not so easy to, but we easily compare. From these two clinical models, we find in the best one something around 190. And when we look for the cracks that appeared and do not propagate, the smallest one was almost the same that we modeled, but we had some dispersions, we have some crack, some other specimens that the crack propagated a little bit more, but not so significant. Here we talk about micro cracks, like 100, less than 200 microns. And most of these cases, what happens? We have a lot of conditions that we perform the test at the stress lower than the yield strength. However, when I consider just the test at limits lower than the yield strength, and I have just a small hole, this besides this small hole, I can get stress concentration factor about around 3 times. So at this point, probably I have some plastic strain. And this condition of plastic strain could be enough to start in a crack. And this crack can be propagated or not. Normally, it's possible that this stress gradient really, this stress gradient effect can be really fast when we work with suppressed conditions. And normally it can stop always, but not always. It can be stopped with your hypertension, but not always. In some cases, this might be appear because you do not identify that the stress limit is beyond the yield strength, but this stress that is correct after starting, this can propagate. Would be at something like that or something like that. And if you say in some cases like that, does not propagate if you don't have stress enough to nucleate, but it's just go for a while, it will propagate and you broken the stress. So here talk about a new challenge that we are looking for, and we want to use these considerations. Here, as we said before, when we have the picture of the 3 conditions, the metallurgical, the 3 effects that affect the elasticity cracking, we have the metallurgical effects, we have the electrochemical or chemical effects, and we have the mechanical effect. Considering that we are looking just for nucleation, time becomes not so important at this stage. But here we have just the key. The stress gradient effect, but the other phenomena that like the K-motor show for any ambiguous effect or the stress limited to nucleate the crack, it will change if I change just a small point in the increments or in the material. So here we would like to consider this multi-species time. And multi-species efforts for hydrogen treatment on the high pressure gas with hydrogen is the point that we consider the challenge. To investigate those points for an experimental side, what we have, we perform tests with smoke specimens to find the stress limit in hydrogen. We have small autoclaves for this case that we can achieve up to 70 megapascals. For the K1 threshold, at the static conditions, we normally need to use this pattern while we follow the law, because we need to avoid contamination of oxygen, and we cannot apply the loads in an environment that has oxygen or humidity. So we need a critical to measure exactly the COB that we are applying, and with that, know exactly the K1 that we are applying to that. So to perform the test, here we put in a glove box, apply it, remove all the oxygen and all the humidity, and apply these the load and put inside an autoclave. For those autoclaves, we need to use autoclaves for higher volume, we have the capabilities for those tests just up to 35 megapascal with a 10 liters autoclave. From 2 liters to up to 10 liters autoclave thickness. Here, another system that we need to model. In some cases, we need to perform and develop some transducers inside the laboratory. And in this case, for work with hydrogen, gaseous hydrogen, I need to use materials that are resistant to that, and we already have some works in the literature. So what is we perform it, we just design it to get the highly active as possible, and put inside the autoclave all of those sensors. In this case, we would have an example for a resistance curve, the GR test, and where we put inside the autoclave the split gauge, the load cell that we must use the load cell to control the heat rates. So at least the initial part of the to have a control of the heat rates, we must consider the valves from the load cell inside the autoclave. And to calculate the resistance curve, we use the COD, and also for comparatively we apply the CBU. When we move it for fatigue tests, just one thing that we do is check the machine or to perform in several hydraulic machines when we want to achieve higher velocities. At this case, we can perform tests up to 70 hertz, and the other case we cannot perform it at high frequency. The only research that we are looking for is consider the hydrogen fluidity in a phase field model for corrosion fatigue and short crack models. Consider the fluidity of hydrogen effect, probably the increase in the fluidity may decrease those values, and with this effect, probably we will have we can ongoing using the same model for short cracks, put inside these effects when we change the ingredients. So we don't have just one mechanical model, we can have an animal system model. Here we have other devices that we have to we give these devices that are some models also, not exactly for gaseous hydrogen, but here we have an autoclave where we generate the hydrogen or hold the hydrogen, and on the other side this is an electrochemical cell that we are able to measure the hydrogen generation at high pressure. Here, this autoclave is developed up to 10 megapascal, but at this case, this certificate here, we use it for CO2 corrosion tests. So we have a small device here to apply different conditions of confinement. So at this system, we can measuring electrochemical analysis and then for hydrogen formation from simulating a loose condition from flexible pipes. For example, here we can consider the volume area ratio about 0.3 milliliters per centimeter square and up to 500 milliliters per centimeter square, the same autoclave. Here are other electrochemical systems, other chemical devices that we applied. Always stress corrosion test forms, spectrum, we can use electrochemical tests also. And that's it. I try to be certain. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Rodrigo. Questions?
So, we're showing two finite elements here, and they were different, and you said there was two different finite elements. I didn't understand very well. What was the difference between the two?
One of them was developed inside view at the group that was doing my PhD. So it's a internet model for the house for the house. and the other was by others. Was another.
You still get the same thing, you're solving the
Just
same.
almost the same, yes. But I have I don't know exactly why, but they have some small difference between them. In this case,
Yeah.
these values are really small difference also, but this small difference must be.
In the way you are computing the stress intensity factor, how do you do it in parts? Is it based on displacement or?
Is it based on control interval.
Okay, then it's the same values. Yeah.
As you said, I think that's the right answer. So, Anna?
For the threshold test, why don't we vote the crack on that side of that for the different?
We said about the wall strategy. The key threshold out. To find the key threshold, we use two systems. For this, the superconducting chromium, we consider the CD. For gaseous hydrogen, we use the T-wall. The T-wall we use it mainly because we need to measure the COD. We cannot take the specimen outside the glove box to measure. We need to measure inside the glove box. So at this case, we need a sensor inside the glove box. Just because of that. I don't know if I explained that. I think it was this or.
Is that correct arrest type of test? You actually apply it.
Yes, if I can answer.
And make your work the correct arrest.
Yes. Exactly.
How are you using the test?
Well, for gas of hydrogen, the time request for the standard on ASIC code is 100 hours. We apply the same for the standard.
Sandia medical workers reported on the with the patients, right? They will see from the article. And the medical measures for materials lower than 900 gauge use practice. There's a big disparity in value.
Yeah, we also
rented that for 3 years. They're gonna have practically even with a flying gate of road, they're expecting.
We also saw that, and one problem that was considered also, if you let the contaminants with the water, humidity, the small amounts of oxygen will become more difficult to get a crack sample. So yeah, until we perform the same, we find values lower in the air currents than the values. Well, we think increasing that, we find the values higher than the fundamental.
Any more questions? No, thanks for the again. So I'd like to invite you for the break, and I'd like to thank you for being here till the times, and I'd like to thank all the speakers again. So let's.
Oh, yes. Please keep them,
technical knowledge for that, but I
I was going to be thinking, so. Okay. Normally we do the same. Then you would expect that. No, what I mean is that normally you would expect then that in this result, normally you get some point of the and then in my region, the process shapes up. And in also shapes right. Normally you have this here. Supposed to be on the next day. You know, so many people now have to change it to what kind of do so if we start jumping in the crack size, of course, I would say the cycles were not that people would start here. And we become friction
Let's take a picture.
I was wondering also.
Daniel, tenta aí, vamos tirar uma foto aqui. Uma foto preta. Eu levo lá.
In the the only thing that I don't think I do more time because I so the other thing I appreciate is in the last you have the termination cell under the pencil. I'm sure big effect because of that extension have you tried what levels can you get of stress? Okay, and then having time with the high so basically my question is this new the two thoughts one is the use now I think we should be anyone has shown that because it's a smaller effect than the but this is and you need to high stress.
And then the people study the two phenomena separately.
Yeah.
Why do they develop this sample? Because in general, people study the two phenomena separately. They introduce the detection, they introduce the information. So now, if you go into the information, you perform the okay? Well, when you do it, the effect of aggregation will start before and after this information. Estava vendo lá, ele estava lá dentro do
Então deixa eu tirar a foto.
Agora, vamos tirar a foto aqui, depois vocês continuam aí.
Oscar.
Quem se parece? O pessoal.
Oscar. Picture.
Vou ficar do lado da minha chefa.
Certo.
Beleza.
Vai voltar.
Vamos né? Vamos lá no separei aqui de novo, tá?
But I think I've seen a few people doing it also like you're doing it. The thing that they only look at the dislocation effect, and I was wondering you can probably look at the also this kind of, you have a hydrostatic stress, right? You have an exponential. Ball interaction. So you have this change in. And this, of course, you need to see. So I wonder if we can also for us. That the different issues is in relative. Because the during no, what I'm thinking is, so this will hold in all cases, first it's dynamics, so it will come from the chemical potential. So what I'm thinking is that normally, when you do this at the same time, you measure normal and effective dislocation density, but if you do it at the same time, but stop just before reaching yield stress.
E come fece il vostro direto?